we go. Always have to give it 30 seconds. So, well, happy Friday. How is everyone today? Yeah, it's a heat wave outside. It feels so good. And the sun will still be shining when we leave here this afternoon. I want to welcome everyone here today to Carthage College. My name is Ashley Hansen, and I serve as our Vice President for Enrollment. And on behalf of the entire community, we are so glad that you are here today. And we are also glad to have those of you who are here online. Please continue to watch the live stream here this afternoon, and you can utilize that chat feature if you have any questions. I want to take just a few minutes to go through the schedule for this afternoon before I turn it over to my colleagues within the math and sciences at Carthage. Inside your folder, there is a copy of the schedule, and so we are going to remain here together for the first portion of the afternoon. So first, parents and students, you are going to hear from the faculty and students from the respective departments within the math and sciences. And so you are going to hear from all of the different majors about what you can do, how our students are learning. And I realize that not all of you may be interested in every single major. Some of you just may be focused in on biology or environmental science, etc. But we want to show to you today the breadth of the math and sciences at Carthage. Many of our students double major, or they will add a major and a minor. So the information that you receive today will kind of set and maybe spark some of those interests as you hear from those different departments about what you can do within each specific program. So we will do that for the first portion of this afternoon. Then we will take the students here at approximately 2:45, and that is where we are going to head over to the Straz Science Center, and that is where you will have your exam. So on that exam, there are 5 different sections. You can look through it, and you need to pick 4 of the sections that you wish to take. So you will take 4 out of the 5 sections on that exam. And then there'll also be a short essay as part of that as well. And then you will also just have the chance to get to know each other. While the students are doing the exam, parents, I don't think we want to take that test. You will remain here in the chapel, and you will have a question and answer with our department chairs. So the faculty that lead those departments, and to have that back and forth conversation. We will also wrap up the afternoon talking a little bit more about next steps in the process and what we need to do between now and May 1st. All of us will come back together over in the Science Center here at approximately 4:30. And so if you would like to tour any of the labs in our Science Center, we have a listing of all of the different labs that will be open for you to explore. If you would like a full campus tour, or if there's something specific that you want to see, you will also be able to do that. Or you may have to head out because you have big plans for the weekend. I know it's Valentine's Day weekend, so you may have things to do. And so, but please know that the campus is open for you today. You are here because you have been accepted to Carthage. You are phenomenal students. You have great GPAs. And you're here for some scholarship dollars. So you are competing for 2 full tuition scholarships. And those will be announced here by the end of the month in terms of the recipients of that. We notify all students whether or not they received that scholarship or not. But 2, I want to make sure that you get to know each other. That's part of today, introducing yourself to somebody that you do not know. And so I want you to think about your major, what you want to do within the math and sciences. What is your dream job within that? Turn to a student that you do not know, introduce themselves, and tell them what you want to major in. What do you want to do? All right, go. All right. Great to hear that conversation. If I wasn't in college admissions, which I have been for the past 21 years, I would actually be a mortician, which falls under the math and sciences. So I almost became a mortician my junior year of college. You guys are much more lively than, yeah, that was a joke, you guys. All right, so let's get started. I really was going to become a mortician, though. That wasn't the joke part. But I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Robert Nagel, Dean for the Natural and Social Sciences, to get us kicked off. And then we will hear from all of the individual departments. But please help me in welcoming Dr. Nagel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ashley. It's fantastic to have you here today. Beautiful day. I hope everyone is excited and energized. I'm the Dean of Natural and Social Sciences, and it's really wonderful to have you here. Within my division, I oversee the science, engineering, and computing and mathematics programs. Really excited about the agenda that Ashley shared. I think you're going to have a really great time hearing from our faculty. I see that there are some student representatives on the schedule as well, so I think you're going to have a great time hearing from them, getting to see the spaces over in the Straz building, and getting a sense of what it might be like to be a student here at Carthage. So from the presentations and the tours, I think you're going to get to learn about what we do here at Carthage. And I'm sure this is going to range from the curricula to the co-curricula. I'm sure you're going to hear about undergraduate research opportunities because they're plentiful and we like to talk about them. I'm sure you're going to hear about industry-focused work, internships, co-ops, and those types of things. And I think you're also going to hear about the opportunities to connect with our regional partnerships in service learning and community-engaged work. So through these learning opportunities, we're going to make sure that you're ready for graduation. I like to call that project ready from day one. That's our goal. It's a part of our goal. The other piece that I think you're going to learn about today is how we help build character, empathy, curiosity, how we help to prepare you for a lifetime of career advancements, technological change, and other things that we cannot imagine are on the horizon. And so it's project readiness and a lifetime of success. They'll have that covered. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about how. Specifically, I want to talk to you about 4 common practices that frankly are common across all of Carthage, but I think we really embody in the science and mathematics. And they're really critical to the pieces that are necessary for lifetime career success. They're mentorship, discovery, connection, and ethical leadership. So first, mentorship. Our faculty are going to learn from, or our students, your students, you all, are going to learn from faculty experts. A question I get frequently from parents when I show them around our spaces and I show them around the campus is, where are your TAs? We don't have those. You're all going to learn from our faculty experts. So the people who present after me are the people who you're going to learn from. They teach our classes. They're teacher scholars. If you've gone to other campuses, they probably use that same term. I've been at R1s, R2s, small regionals, and privates. They all use that term, teacher scholar. So I'm going to tell you what it means for us. It means that our faculty aspire to be the best educators that they can be. It means that when we promote somebody, we're really focused on making sure that they're an expert teacher. But there's more to our faculty. They're also scholars. We look for faculty when they join our community to be scholars in their field, to be recognized as experts in their field. And so for us, being a teacher-scholar is really going after two avenues, teaching and scholarship. And there's only so much time in the day. And so that means that for our faculty, that has to come into the classroom. That has to be a part of how we teach, how we educate, and how you learn. You see, our faculty will bring you along for that ride, and they'll have that scholarship as a part of the class, as a part of their co-curriculars, as a part of their activities. It means that you're going to be learning at the cutting edge and ready, project ready, on day one. Second is discovery. And with the notion of teacher-scholars, you probably already have a sense that discovery means scientific discovery. I could go into that, and yeah, we do talk about the scientific process and having scientific breakthroughs, but for us, discovery also means more. Discovery means something about you, each of you. I'm going to say a truth now that might be uncomfortable because I think you're all probably really high-quality students, but you're going to fail. We all do. Every teacher you've had, up to this point, every teacher you will have in the future has failed. Probably your parents at some point have failed. That's how we learn. It's critical to the learning process. It's an important part of what makes us human. So it's a common part of that experience that we all share. We embrace that. And we teach you to learn through discovery. So you might fail a quiz. Maybe your code won't run and you'll be really angry. Maybe an experiment that you've put together doesn't work out the way you thought. Maybe a hypothesis that you developed and tried to test through a summer and a SURE program just totally does not pan out for you. All okay. Our faculty will be there to guide you through that process. Resilience is key to a lifetime of success. And so that's why this is a key pillar of what we do in our practices, because we want you to have a lifetime of career success. That's why you're coming to college. That's why you're going to come to Carthage. Third, connections. Our faculty work hard to provide you with a supportive environment where you can feel safe to take those intellectual risks. You see, failure really is failure if you're not in a supportive environment. But if you're in a supportive environment where we're there, we know your name, we know where you want to go, we know what you want in your future, then we can help you learn through that failure, achieve what you want. And that's what our faculty do. So they get to know you. They get to know where you want to go in the future. They get to know your future plans, and they help you to get there and learn along the way. And then fourth, ethical leadership. You could go to a big state school and learn lots of theory, become a scientist. I've been at those places. They're wonderful, but they're missing the soul. You come to a place like Carthage because here, ethical leadership is a pillar of what we do. We will ask you to ask why. We will push on you to question whether this is the right thing to do. And let's face it, engineering, science, mathematics, these disciplines get a bad rap in social media and popular media. Just turn on the news and look at what you see right now for AI. It's going to take your job. It's going to make the world a horrible place. I'm bullish. I don't believe that to be true at all. But I think your job will be different than you can imagine. Being an ethical leader puts you in a position to ask why, be critical, and think about, should we do this? And if we're going to do this, How do we do it so it's right for us and the people who are going to use it? And that's a key part of being at a school like Carthage, where we integrate science and math with the liberal arts. So 4 things: mentorship, discovery, connections, ethical leadership. So I encourage you to begin this today. Today, after all, should be the first day of your Carthage education. So, you're going to go on some lab tours. You're going to meet our faculty. Ask them what their scholarship is. But be careful when you do that, have an exit plan, because faculty love to talk about themselves. You're going to take a test. I promise you're not going to know the answers to every question on that exam. And that's okay. That means you have learned room to grow, room to love, to become better. That's why you're coming here. So take that as an opportunity for future discovery. Don't take it as a chance where you failed. Connections. You've just practiced this. Ashley asked you to talk to the people around you. You probably got to as many people as you could from the seat you're sitting in, but you're going to have moments where you're walking between places. You're walking from here over to where you might take the test. You're walking back to where you might find mom or dad. You might be walking around in Straz looking at the labs. Connect with the students you see who are already here at Carthage. Connect with the students who are in this room. Share phone numbers and ways to keep talking. That way, when you get here in August, you have a friend who you've been able to chat with and share along this journey of trying to understand, where am I going to go to school and what's that look like? And last, practice ethical leadership. Ask why when you go into those labs. Ask the faculty member, why are you doing that? Why should we do that research? What does that get us? All right, and so last, I'd like to acknowledge our Associate Dean, Dr. Julie Dahlstrom, who really helped to organize today, and our fabulous admissions team, who helped to organize all of the event planning for this. Let's please give them a hand. And finally, thank you for being here. I hope today is fabulous. I hope it kicks off a wonderful 4 years of Carthage education for you. And I hope to see you around later today and over your next 4 years at Carthage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've been told that we have to speak directly into this microphone, which is fine by me, except that I have a really hard time standing still and talking at the same time, because I'm a wanderer when I talk. When I teach, I go around the classroom and bother people and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see if this works. Find your purpose. That's not us. That's not us. There we go. Geospatial science. So my name's Matt Zorn. I'm the chair of the department, and sure.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jenna Gunnick. I am a junior here at Carthage. I'm from Clinton, Wisconsin, and I'm majoring in geoscience, and I have minors in both GIS and climate science.
So you guys use GIS and geoscience every single day. You just don't realize it. You have the power in your phones. Every time you use Google Maps, you're using GIS and GPS, geopositioning systems. Talking to the microphone. What you're seeing up here is just a screenshot of an app for the wildfires it covers the country, but last January, LA had some seriously bad wildfires that affected millions of people. And that's a screenshot of where the fires were, the fires that are existing. And it gives you information about the type of fire, the area of the fire, the intensity of the fire, the winds, the temperatures, all kinds of cool and groovy things. That's all geographical information, and that's part of our department, it's part of our field, it's what we do, it's who we are. So what we're going to talk to you today about is just what we offer in the department, and then we're going to close out with some of the careers that you can get with a degree in either GIS, Geographic Information Science, or Geosciences. They both overlap to a very, very great extent, which is, oddly enough, why they're both housed with us. So the first thing that's up here on the slide is our majors. So we offer majors and minors in GIS and geoscience, and we also have a third minor in climate science. I don't think it says climate science, I think it says climate meteorology, but it's a climate science minor. So if you have interest in stuff like that, you can use that as a stepping stone to go on for graduate work if that's your inclination.
Okay, so to talk about some of the courses, we have our geoscience courses. So obviously I've taken a lot of these. They're super fun. There's 2 different sectors of them. There's some that are mostly indoor, and then we actually do offer a lot of outdoor classes. So some of the indoor ones include like our Earth Revealed class. So that one's where you get an intro to basically everything geoscience about the world, the processes, all that type of stuff. But then if you're more of an outdoorsy person like I am, I absolutely adore the outdoor classes. So I've taken forest ecology. Within that, we also do stuff with soils, but there is a separate soil science class as well, and our methods of field research class. So in these type of classes, you do things like tree coring, soil science sampling. In this picture, they're taking water sample tests to take back to the lab to run those labs. So those are some of my favorite courses within just the geoscience department itself. Next, then we have our climate science classes. So we offer meteorology and climatology. I have taken climatology. So that one's more about the world's climate, about the bigger processes, but meteorology focuses more on those weather patterns and whatnot. So if that's something you're interested in, the classes are super fun. And that picture right there is a group of students sending up a weather balloon with a GPS on it to track wind movement within the atmosphere. And then lastly, we have our GIS section. So this is a lot to do with mapping, as said before. So there's multiple different classes you can take with this. There's an intro and an advanced class where you do different types of step-by-step labs on the computer. And then you also have a class called Applied Projects. So this class is really cool because you get hands-on work within the real world. So we reach out to different clients, either around this area or farther away. And this past semester, I actually got to work with the National Wildlife Federation to do a project on Line 5 within GIS, and it was super, super fun. And that's a great way to put your name out there and make connections for things like internships and future careers. And it's also great to build up your resume because you get to keep those projects with your name on it for yourself as if that's your work because you worked on it, whether it was with your classmates and whatnot, you still get to use that to your advantage.
So we have J-term at Carthage, and oftentimes professors will lead study tours to various places, sometimes within country, sometimes to foreign countries as well. I've been leading the study tour to Nicaragua now for 20 years or so. Just did my 28th trip this past January. In Nica, our trip is a service trip primarily, but the top photo there on the left shows you that it's not just doing service work and helping communities get water or helping in clinics with health issues and things like that. You also do get to see the country and experience the fun and the tourist aspect of these. So J-term study tours are really great, and we have a few here in our department as well.
And then to go back to kind of some of the stuff you learn, you do get to gain a lot of hands-on skills with different things that you can take into your careers and whatnot. Some of those are up here. So a lot of experience comes from ArcGIS Pro. This is within obviously the GIS department. It's our mapping software. So through those classes, you get to learn how to manipulate that and make all sorts of cool maps, whether it be from graphing wildfires, as we talked about, to doing stuff with parking lots or stadiums. So it's a variety of different things. The bottom right picture is a Trimble. It's a high accuracy GPS system. So I actually got to use this in my field methods class and in my summer research program. So that uses both.
Darn, sorry.
That connects to satellites, and it gives you a super high accurate GPS point for data collection when you are mapping. That middle photo is a soil pH and temperature tester, so we use this in forest ecology, soil science. We have our drones, which is my favorite part. That's with remote sensing. So I actually did a summer research program project where I used the drone, and I'll talk about that more on another slide. No, and then with the drones, you use another software system called Pix4D. This is different than ArcGIS Pro in the ways where it gives you actual models. So you'll get things called DSMs, which are digital surface models, and it's like a 3D picture from photos that you got from the drone. And then just that bottom photo is showing the different biomes, and that's just general information that you'll learn through our classes like Earth Revealed.
So I'm smiling for a couple reasons here. We get along really well with our students here, and we jive back and forth. And so, for example, I just made a mistake, and Jenna turns around, "What are you doing?" And a friend of ours, Paul Martino, and I have a friend, Dan Miller, and Dan brought a student in who'd gone to Nicaragua last year. Anyhow, the short of the story is that the two of them also tag along like that, too. She gave him crap for putting some stuff in her space, and it just goes back and forth. We really love these interpersonal relationships. Okay, back to the presentation at hand here. So there's a unique set of skills that you learn in our department, from GIS to the drones to mapping and then satellite imagery, remotely sensed images from the satellites way up there, not much different than the drone imagery. It all goes into one. You process all that imagery in roughly the same ways and ask questions about the landscape that we find. So like Jenna was saying, this ranges from streams and lakes, hydrology, to weather and climate, soils, urban planning, management, all kinds of issues. If it deals with space, if it deals with geography, then geospatial science can answer those questions for you. Examples of spatial problem solving. So we have one slide here. The colors are kind of washed out a little bit. One's magenta and one's pink. That's showing aspect, the north-facing versus south-facing slopes. You may think that that's not important, but it actually is, because the south-facing slopes will be drier, the vegetation will be different, the soils will be different than the north-facing slopes, which will be moister, have slightly different soils and vegetation associated with them. So all of these are geographical problems. In the center, it doesn't have to be just physical-related problems that are geospatial, but human as well. So are cities segregated or are they integrated? And GIS, geospatial processes, can answer those kinds of questions. And then finally, habitats down at the bottom, looking for where eagles prefer to nest and that kind of thing.
So this is my summer research project that I got to do. I did it alongside Zorn and one of my good friends, Haley Hayes. So we spent the summer flying a drone over Pine Dunes Forest Preserve just over the border into Illinois. What we did is we used that drone footage to monitor vegetation health throughout those summer months. So each week we went out and we flew a flight. Well, we flew multiple flights at different heights, and we also flew one over the pond to see if we could track anything in there with the vegetation. It was a great experience because not only did we get to do the project itself, we also got to present at a large conference in Milwaukee and get our names out there. We got to present our project. We got a lot of good feedback if we wanted to move forward with this. It was absolutely great. I would suggest doing something like this to anybody in any sort of program, because not only do you get real-world experience, you also get to build relationships with faculty, friends in the program, and you get to learn so many new skills. I learned so many new skills within the remote sensing process itself with the drone and with the data processing through Pix4D and ArcGIS Pro. So it was absolutely amazing. And not only can you do this stuff, you get the chance to do different projects through your senior theses as well. So if you aren't able to do summer research, this is very close to what could be a possible senior thesis, and you get to choose whatever you want to do so you can tailor it to what you're interested in, which is absolutely amazing.
All right, so what you're really interested in are careers. What the heck can you do with our major? So I've just circled a few here for you. So geoscientists, geographers, or atmospheric scientists, including meteorologists. And notice those starting, well, their median salaries, rather. It would be nice if they were starting. But median salaries, so half of the people in the field are above that, half of the people in the field are below that. But for the median value, the middle value, those are pretty good numbers there in the high 90s. And this comes from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics from 2025, so I'm not just pulling this stuff out of thin air. You can go find the very same information yourselves. Hydrology, we offer that in our department, cartography, photogrammetry, surveying, all of those positions are decent paying positions in the median range. So you can actually get jobs that pay well, that you can pay back student loans if you have any. If you're fortunate enough to not have any, well, God bless you, that's great. So just to recap here, career paths of some of our graduates there, kind of circular motion there, drone pilots. These are what students are doing now that they have their degrees and are out in the working world. So drone pilot, GIS analyst, satellite imagery analyst, hydrologist, weather analysis, marketing director, and a director of a museum of natural history in North Carolina. So that's who we are. We're geospatial science. Thanks for listening.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Haley Yapel, and I'm chair of the math department here. And our math department offers 2 degrees, mathematics, which you'll hear about towards the end of the session, and also data science. So I'm here to tell you all about our data science major. And I'm joined by one of our excellent senior data science majors, Ainsley, and she's going to talk a little bit about her experience later on in the presentation. So you might be wondering, wait, hang on, what is data science? And isn't it just really math? No, it's not just really math. There's a lot of overlap, but I see data science as the intersection between mathematics, but also computer science, along with knowledge in a specific field, an application that you're focused on. And you need all of these 3 pieces in order to be an effective data scientist or data analyst, to really do something to understand all the data that our world is like full of these days. So then how do we do data science at Carthage? Here I have listed out like the entire curriculum for the major, which I don't really expect you to read in detail. But what I've done is color-coded the different courses to get a sense of the like rainbow smattering of different things that we offer. So data science majors take required courses in mathematics and in computer science, and then also they do a deep dive into a specific field. So the gist of the major is there's core courses that everybody takes to build a strong foundation, to get those technical chops, and to learn the underlying theory that you need to know in order to analyze data in an effective way. And then we build a toolkit from interdisciplinary sources. Here students have options to take courses in one department or another. For example, do they want to take the upper level statistics math class, or would they rather take business statistics if they're seeing like a business focus for their future career goals? So there's some flexibility built in there. Do they want to really emphasize the computer science side of things, or how do they want to go about it? And then students focus in then on a specific domain. That's our applied concentration. So for each student, we work individually with them to build out what they want to concentrate on, what they want to apply their data science toolkit to, whether that's in something like GIS or geographical information science, geoscience, or environmental science, or business, like I mentioned, or perhaps sports analytics. So we work with each student one-on-one to create a way for them to specialize. And then our portfolio classes sort of bring them all together, help to plan out that concentration, and then reflect on their experiences and promote themselves as future data scientists. So then what's going on in those courses? At Carthage, as a liberal arts institution, we're not just focused on those technical skills. Those are an important part of our courses, of course, and you can see an example little assignment here that students are coding in Python and looking at things, and they have to do the technical aspect, of course. But then, a big aspect of all of our courses is communication and being able to explain to your peers and to lay people what are you doing with these technical tools that you have. We also integrate professional development and ethics as part of our major. So this is very important. You already heard Dr. Noggle talk about AI, the AI takeover, and the ethics behind this. It's so important when you're learning these technical skills to understand the context in which they could be applied to accomplish great things, incredible things, and also how they could be applied to harm people if you're not careful. So that's integrated directly into our curriculum. We also have experiences outside the classroom available for our students. You'll hear from Ainsley a bit about internship experiences, and there's also research opportunities for our students to take what they're doing and then use it directly in an applied setting. So here at Carthage, in the liberal arts setting, we're not just training like hyper-technical data scientists, but we're training people to be able to both get those skills that they need and then also use them in a holistic way. So who is doing data science at Carthage? Our faculty come from a variety of different departments and disciplines. There's mathematicians, computer scientists, faculty in finance and physics, and from all over campus. We came together to design this major, and many different faculty teach in this major. Some people have data science expertise in an academic sense, having like published and done research relating to data science. Some of us have professional expertise in data science and working professionally as data scientists and data analysts. And we, of course, bring that to our classwork and to our students and to our research opportunities for them. What about our students? An interesting thing about data science is I expect there's maybe only very few of you who are coming in here saying, "Ooh, I want to be a data science major," because that's not typically like a normal standard high school course. But we have had great success here at Carthage with students, say, taking our introductory data science courses and then thinking like, "Oh, wow, I want to do that," and realizing what it is, what the field is from those introductory courses, and then adding that on to their major or switching from something else into data science. So we have a great conversion rate into our major. And we have a healthy number of upperclassmen data science majors. It's also one of the most popular minors on campus. Adding on a minor in data science is really great for your job prospects, no matter if you're in a STEM major or otherwise. We have folks from all across campus adding in a data science major to bring some of those important current real-world sort of skills to the future career opportunities. Then our students here aren't just in their classes. They're very involved on campus, whether it's academic clubs like math club or computer science club, but also from athletics to the band and choir to attending academic conferences and competitions, participating in the social events that we have planned regularly between students and faculty. We like to really stay close and stay in touch, or participating in tutoring, doing outreach, whether on campus or off. And then after Carthage, we've had some really great success, placing students as data scientists, as data analysts. These roles have lots of different names. They're not always called data scientist, but even before we had the data science major, many of our math majors ended up working as data scientists. And that was part of what made us realize, like, oh, okay, there's a really big demand for this, so let's train our students specifically for those roles. And I've listed some of the companies that we've had our graduates and current students working for, from local companies to regional and even national placements. So now I'd love to pass things over to Ainsley to talk about the student experience.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ainsley. I'm a senior on campus. I'm majoring in data science with a concentration in GIS, so the geoinformation systems we just saw. And then I actually have a math minor. And coming into college, I didn't know what data science was at all. I had come in thinking I wanted to be a computer science major. And then, like they said, a lot of people switch their majors to data science, a lot from computer science, actually. So I had taken my first data science course and kind of realized, oh, this is more of something that I want to do than computer science, because I really liked numbers and programming, and it kind of like combines the two. So I kind of want to show you guys what it looks like outside of the classroom for jobs and careers in data science, and how Carthage kind of helps you build those relationships and careers. In our classes, we don't just learn about concepts, we also have real data projects that can turn into pieces in your portfolio. So in a class like Mathematics of Data Science, we build different models and algorithms that do forecasting based on like real data, like Amazon reviews. You kind of analyze intent of if they're a good or a bad review based on word scores. So something like that is applicable to when you're applying to places after school or for internships, and they want to see like real examples of work that you've done. You can show them all of these projects that you did in class, so you're not just learning, you're also building your portfolio as you're going through classes. On campus, I started working as a data coordinator for our Aspire Center, which is an on-campus internship kind of thing. So I worked with the Aspire Center to kind of look at our alumni and see what progress they've made. And being in the Aspire Center, I work a lot with like different careers and different companies coming for outreach. So I see firsthand really how much our career specialists help finding you a job and placement. So I worked really close with them, and through that, I ended up finding an internship last summer. And I'm actually from California, so I was looking for an internship here in the area so that I could build relationships so that I can stay here after college. So I actually did an internship my freshman year in California, and then I worked with the people in the Aspire Center to get one here for last summer. So I worked at NOSCO in that bottom right picture. I was a marketing analytics intern, and I kind of worked with a bunch of data there. And worked there over the summer, and I built this like kind of modeling Python code that I learned how to do in Mathematics of Data Science, so it was great to be able to apply that as well. And then after that, they actually asked me back for part-time to work 30 hours a week while I'm completing my degree. So that's what I'm doing currently, and I work off campus and on campus, and it's just a lot of great career opportunities that places in like state schools. I have friends that are computer science majors at state schools, and they don't have as many opportunities. They're trying to, but I think that it's been very helpful for me kind of having those applied projects to get real world experience and then build internships, because it's very, very helpful to have internships while you're in college to help you be successful in the future.
So I'll close, just like you heard Dr. Zorn do, to talk about the career outlooks for data science. And again, I didn't make these up. I pulled these ones directly from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Why should you study data science? Because people are hiring data scientists. So if that's what motivates you, then great. It's a growing field. It's a high-paying field. So. And if you're into data, I have some bar charts for you here. The median annual wages is on the left, and the percent forecasted change in employment is on the right. And you can see the The top bar is for data science, and then the next one is mathematical science occupations. So that includes things like being a mathematician or being an actuary or other related mathy sort of roles. And then the bottom, those tiny little bars, is the average of all occupations. So you can see data science is well above average and forecasted to grow over the next decade or so. If you like flashier sort of sources of data, this is from US News and World Reports, the ones that does like different rankings of schools, but also they do this for careers and occupations. And data science is super high on those lists too. They have data scientists at number 4 in tech jobs, number 6 in STEM jobs, and number 8 out of like all jobs, it's in the top 100. So I've highlighted data scientists, but also some related fields like being an actuary, which data science is closely related, a little bit more mathematically intensive. And then other, like being a statistician or being a software developer. So I'm sure you'll hear more about that from the computer science department, but folks do, major in math or data science, other things, and then end up working as a software developer. So I like to think that our program prepares you well to be a data scientist, but also for lots of other related technical math and data sort of fields. So I know we're not doing Q&A right now, but if you do have questions, I'll be there for the lab tours later, both myself and Ainsley. So I'll look forward to talking with you then.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Sarah Rubenfeld, and I'm the chair of the Environmental Science Department here at Carthage. I do have with me our senior Oliver, who's going to talk to you in a few minutes about his experience. My background is that I have a bachelor's in geoscience from Princeton. I worked for a couple of years in outdoor education, and then I got my PhD at Stanford in environmental engineering. And so I have a bit of a varied background, which turns out to be useful for a varied type of a field. So environmental science is another major that not everyone knows exactly what it is, because not every high school offers classes in it. But we think of environmental science as an interdisciplinary major that studies the interactions between humans and the natural world. And in order to do that, of course, we have to focus on real-world issues that affect all of our lives. So as an environmental science major here at Carthage, about half of the classes that you take are what we call the environmental science core. So everyone starts with an introductory class. We have a project-based case studies class and a quantitative skills class. You will take at least one class in GIS, which you just heard Professor Zorn talk about. You'll learn a little bit about politics and economics, and then you'll work on your senior thesis project. But environmental science is a really broad field, and so the way that we accommodate that is that partway through your degree, you will have the opportunity to choose a track that fits your interests. So you can focus on conservation and ecosystems, you could focus on analysis and environmental sampling, or you could focus on environmental policy. And then about half of the classes in your major would be focused within that area. So in that way, everyone kind of gets the same core breadth and is generally familiar with environmental issues, but they also really develop expertise in the area that they are most interested in. So this is just a sampling of some of the many courses that you might take as an environmental science major in your track. So you can see, right, we've got courses in ecology and botany, we've got courses in chemistry and soil science, we have a course in environmental law, sustainable agriculture, so a whole range of kind of topics from all across the college, but all focused on varying issues affecting the environment. A lot of what we do at Carthage is inside the classroom, but there are equally important things that are not just a list of classes that you have taken. So what types of experiences might you have as an environmental science major? Well, one of the things that we focus a lot on is outdoor education. If you poll our majors, they will tell you what I really want is to spend as much time outside the classroom as I can. So starting in week 1 of our introductory lab, we are walking through the woods below the Stratus Science center, we're down at the beach studying plants, we're taking field trips to local parks. We are outside and in the environment, and we are so fortunate to be on this amazing campus where we have so many ecosystems right here. We do work a lot on technical skill development. We know that that's an important part of what our students are going to do. So we work on equipment, we work on data analysis. They learn various instruments both in the lab and in the field that they might be able to use to collect technical data. But we also think it's really important that our students know how to communicate about environmental issues, because it's great to do good science, but if no one understands what you did, it's much less helpful, and particularly in a field like environmental science, where many of us are very interested in how our science is used. So we talk a lot about how do we communicate clearly, how do we talk to people with different backgrounds, how do we write, how do we speak, how do we design visual presentations in ways that help us get our points across. One of the ways that we do some of these things is through a number of different project-based courses. That means that we are focusing on real-world projects. Those projects might be different, even in the same course year to year. That way they're up to date, they're relevant, we're working on real issues that students care about and giving them a chance to actually get their hands dirty. We also, though, want our students to have some experience that is not part of a class at all, and so all of our majors are required to complete some type of applied experience. So that could be an internship or a summer job or a research opportunity, but something that uses environmental science outside the classroom so that they're exposed to the many ways that environmental science can be used and can think about what they might want their future to look like. Now, that question about what your future looks like is, of course, one of the things that both the parents and the students often want to know, and the answer is broad and varied. Some of our students say, really, I want to be outside, I want to work at a park, and I want to work in some sort of a nature preserve, and we have students doing that everywhere from locally to the national park system. Some of our students are interested in government agencies like the Environmental Protection Agency and working kind of on how government can study and protect the environment. Some of our students go on and work in industries or consulting. We have a student right now who's the sustainability coordinator for Kroger Foods, which is a big grocery store. Some of our students are interested in education, and that could be either in the classroom or doing kind of outreach activities with school groups or communities. Some of our students work for non-governmental organizations that are really interested in advocating and working on environmental issues. And a number of our students also go on to graduate school in a wide range of fields. So we are aware that we are serving this very broad population, and we do our very best to keep an eye on that final goal and make sure that we are providing our students the skills to be prepared wherever it is that they end up. And so with that, I'm going to pass it off to Oliver Slater to tell you a little bit about his student experience as an environmental science major.
Hi everyone, I'm Oliver. I'm a senior environmental science major in the track of conservation specifically, and I also have minors in biology and studio art. And because I'm a senior, I will be graduating this semester, and Carthage has supplied me with the skills through the classes and research experience that I feel like I can get jobs and experience and then eventually go to grad school. So I'm going to talk about some of my favorite classes because most of the classes in environmental science are kind of interdisciplinary. So some come from biology, some come from geoscience, and then some are core environmental science classes. So these are just a couple of my favorites. The first one is entomology. This is an environmental science class and a biology class where you study insects, and you also gain a lot of field experience, which is important for future jobs, and just experience that you can get in a class that you don't need to get an internship for is good. I also like taking conservation science, which is a course specifically important for those in the conservation track. This course was a great opportunity because during the process of teaching the course, the professor brought in a lot of actual people who work in conservation locally, and they talked about what you need to do to get these jobs, what research or job experience you can get, and it really benefited me in getting a future internship, which I'll talk about later. And then this is not an environmental science class, but it is related in a way. It's a J-term trip to Costa Rica. It's photographing nature in Costa Rica, and while you photograph them, you also learn a lot about the biodiversity and ecology. So I would highly recommend, if you're able to take a J-term class. A lot of them, even if they're outside of your field, will relate to something that you're interested in. So moving on to my work and research experience. So through the conservation science class, I was able to be connected with the Lake County Audubon Society and become a piping plover monitor. So piping plovers are these small endangered birds that nest in the Great Lakes. And I spent a summer monitoring them and doing education and learning about kind of the process of what goes into conservation science in the real world. And through that, I was able to also make connections with other agencies such as the Illinois Department of Natural Resources and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And then I also was lucky enough to be in 2 different undergraduate research experiences. The first one was related to environmental chemistry. So that's looking at how chemicals that we use end up in the environment and where they end up in different concentrations. So Carthage thankfully has actually a lot of undergrad research experience, which you can't really get in some bigger schools. And we were able to actually go to Minnesota to present our work, which was cool. And I also learned a statistical analysis program used for environmental science and other programs called R, and I was able to do that with research that I was interested in, which is primarily on birds. So for my final thoughts, Carthage has given me a lot of interactive course experiences. You would go outside in a lot of classes and you get valuable field work and experience, but you also learn a lot of statistical analysis and critical thinking. You write a lot of papers and presentations that help you in the real world show your research off. It also helped with employment opportunities, the internships, and the undergraduate experience, and just any experience that you have in the classroom, such as field work, all you can put on a resume and help with your future job prospects. And also, it's full of dedicated faculty. There's only 2 full-time environmental science professors, but they kind of go with you the entire way. You build a relationship with them, and they really work with you to help you get the most out of the experience and your time at Carthage. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I will be in the lab later, and I hope to get to speak with any of you.
Hey all, how y'all doing? Great. Glad to have you here at Carthage. Hopefully you're finding the presentations informative. We're going to tell you a little bit about biology. I'm joined by Katie, who you'll meet in just a minute. We're going to go back and forth a little bit. My contact information's up there. I'll also be in the lab later. Happy to answer questions. There we go. Katie, why don't you come on up and introduce yourself, and then we'll talk about Carthage.
Hi, my name is Katie. I am a senior biology major, and I will be I'm planning to graduate next December. And as a Carthage student, like I said, I'm a biology major on the pre-med track. I'm planning to attend medical school after, and I'm a biology student fellow representing, and I participate here as a lab assistant and a peer tutor, which I'll talk more about later.
By now you've heard from lots of students. You probably get the sense that really that's at the heart of what we do here at Carthage. We're really focused on creating a great learning environment for the students, and we have great interactions with the students. That's why most of us are here. So all of us went to research universities to get our PhDs, and the faculty that come back to Carthage are the ones that really enjoy engaging with our students. So that's really our reason for being, and I wanted to make that clear up front. When we talk about our students, I will say in biology, we really put research up front. So So students are engaged from day one in research, as you'll see when we talk about our curriculum. We have a broad curriculum that prepares students for success in lots of different fields, and we believe that there are lots of connections between different parts of biology, so our curriculum emphasizes core understanding of lots of areas of biology, but there's a lot of opportunity to specialize in that as well. And again, you'll hear about how our students are prepared for success by the end. That research up front part that I mentioned, over the last 10 years, we've really been involved in transforming our curriculum from a standard introduction to a lot of knowledge to one that engages students in research right away. So in the first 2 semesters, our traditional introduction to biology set of courses, we really put the research focus up front, and Katie's going to tell you a little bit about that experience.
So my freshman year, I took the intro-level bio class, which is Bio 1110, and all biology students will take this class. And what I found really interesting about specifically the bio intro-level class is from the beginning, I was introduced to research and asking scientific questions and answering those questions through research. For example, in the class, we early on went out in the Kenosha area, collected environmental samples containing multiple bacteria, fungus, viruses, and we were able to isolate certain bacteriophages from there, which are viruses that attack specifically bacteria. And with the bacteriophage that we were isolating, we sequenced its DNA sample, and with the sample, Carthage students and the professors work with Howard Hughes Medical Institute, where they keep a library of all of the data that Carthage students have collected, and with the bacteriophage virus genomic data, in the future could be used for medical research to fight specific viruses and bacterial infections for humans, which I found super interesting because everything I learned in lecture and lab, I was able to apply to potential, like a future for me. I want to go into medicine, so I got to learn about, from the beginning, about certain ways to fight bacterial infections through studying their viruses.
All right, that continues in the second semester, so I'm more of the ecology, environmental side of biology. Again, we have a broad spectrum in biology, from cell and molecular to health to conservation, ecology sorts of things. So in the second semester of the introductory courses, it's a little bit more focused on organisms and organisms' interactions with systems, including ecosystems. So in my course, we tend to look at questions like, I work in local prairies, how do we help facilitate prairie conservation efforts? And the students might do projects around what's the best way to germinate endangered species seeds to get, potential new seedlings to reintroduce into prairies, those sorts of questions that are very applied. In terms of our curriculum, you don't need to memorize the details of what's required. If you come to Carthage, which I hope you all do, all you students anyway, you will, over the course of 4 years, be exposed to a variety of different skills in the curriculum. There are some required courses, as you've seen for other departments. We have those 2 introductory research-based courses. There are some core content courses like genetics that we expect all students to take because that understanding underlies a lot of what we do in biology. A little bit unique to biology, or to Carthage, I should say, is the reflections piece. Working with our Aspire Center, there's a strong focus on career development throughout your 4-year experience, and we begin that with biology students in the sophomore year in this required sophomore reflections course about what can I do with my biology major, and most importantly, what can I do over the next few years to position myself to be successful in the major. We have upper level requirements that are in different categories, so everyone takes an ecological biology course, they take a cell and molecular course, they take an organismal biology course, but there's some flexibility in what they choose, and then there are some upper division electives where they can really choose to specialize. So if I want to be a pre-health student, I might take an ecological biology course that relates a little bit more to health, and then an organismal course that's anatomy or physiology, cellular course that's microbiology, and then some upper division electives that are a little bit more focused as well. If I'm an ecologist, I might take a different set of electives that include entomology and conservation science and those sorts of things. We are excited that we have a new major to offer. If you come here, you would be the first group of students who could potentially be in our biotechnology major. We found a lot of students are interested in working in industry, and we've developed a new major that would better prepare students for that experience. It's again interdisciplinary, but the same basic structure as our biology major. There's some core content that's required, there's some mid-level electives, and then there are some upper-level electives that allow students to concentrate in different areas of interest in biotechnology. We're really excited to bring that on this year. Students work with faculty, and I will say, you know, faculty, as I said, are committed to working with students. They're also intellectually curious, they're engaged in research, so the things that I noted up there, they're passionate about science, they're passionate about teaching, they're passionate about life as biologists, you know, generally enthusiastic, but sort of enthusiastic about the world around us. We work to create successful classroom environments where students can learn. And we come from, in biology, a lot of different backgrounds. We have a relatively large department, about 15 faculty that have different experiences in different disciplines within biology. And we like to have fun. The picture up in the right-hand corner, that's our annual Halloween Boo Bash, where students carve pumpkins and biological themes from the different courses. And sometimes faculty come dressed up. Do you want to talk about J-term?
I have been lucky enough to go on 2 J-term trips so far as a Carthage student. And last year, I participated in the Costa Rica trip, which was photographing nature, as you heard from Oliver. And it was also about conservation, which I found really interesting because I had not taken a conservation course yet, but I got to apply the photos I was taking to learning about how to protect different species of plants and animals in Costa Rica. And I got to go on that trip with one of the biology professors, it was super awesome to be able to connect with her outside of just the Carthage property. And we got to spend a lot of time in Costa Rica and form that bond, which I'm very lucky to be able to have all these connections with faculty, professors, and other students. And this past year, I went to South Africa on a service trip. It was a mix of service, learning, and communities, but also we did do safaris, and I got to see many different animals and different trophic levels of super cool plants, birds, bugs, mammals, everything. And it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I couldn't recommend taking a J-term trip anymore. But I hope if you all come to Carthage, you get the opportunity to take a trip. But like Dr. Garrigan was talking about, or he's going to talk about, there's many different opportunities for biology-related J-term trips, but also on campus, there's many biology classes you could take during J-term.
Yeah, one of the things about Carthage's 414 schedule during that month of January, you take one course, you focus only on that topic, so it gives you a lot of ability to be a little bit flexible in how the time is arranged and give you a lot of time to focus on that. Aside from courses, we have research that happens in the department, and I'm going to ask Katie to sort of probably just stay up at the mic for the next couple of slides and tell us a little bit about her research experiences, but that can be course-based, it can be outside courses, one-on-one research with faculty, it can be summer research. So Katie, you want to tell us what that looked like for you?
Yeah, so as a Carthage student, I got to participate in 2 undergrad research opportunities, first of which is a neurophysiology course, a research that you'll learn more about later from Kat, because she and Dr. Martino will go more on that. But I get to work with our genetics professor. It's a new research program where we get to learn about the bacteriophage that I was talking about, but it's more in depth on the ones in the ocean and the sea. It's called the Sea Genes program, and it's an extension of the course we offer and we get to create a library of the genomic sequences of different phage. But I'm working one-on-one with her, which is, it's a super exciting opportunity for me since it's brand new. And there's many research opportunities at Carthage, but I find it super interesting to get that one-on-one and hands-on experience where at bigger schools it might be harder to find those opportunities. And then outside of just the classes and research, I'm also a part of the Pre-Health Club and Biology Club and the Tri Beta Honor Society, which is an academic honor society for biology. And I get to be a part of the e-board on all three. And I also work as a lab assistant for multiple biology courses. And I'm also a peer tutor for biology and chemistry courses. And I was lucky to be able to get these jobs my second semester freshman year, which is a super unique opportunity at Carthage. I was able to get my foot in the door right away, form these relationships with professors, and get those jobs. And now I have a lot more experience because I get more exposure to lab settings and being a leader and helping and mentoring other students, which I find extremely rewarding.
You get the sense that our Carthage students are very involved. You know, it might go beyond these academic involvements to sports and music and those sorts of things too. Just quickly to wrap up, you know, what do our students end up doing? Well, a lot of different things in biology, as you can imagine. They are pre-health students. We have students that go on into healthcare, medicine, dentistry, PA programs, veterinary science, those sorts of things. We get students that go on into medical research, bench research, field-based research. We get students that go on and conservation and ecology. You can see people named up here in terms of what they're doing now. We have students that are educators and go on to teach biology in the classroom. And then we have students that lean into their liberal arts background and the skills that they've learned in terms of communication and data analysis and those sorts of things, and end up doing things in unrelated disciplines, not unrelated in terms of their abilities, but maybe not directly biology, but they end up working in business or industry in other ways because they're broadly prepared. Just a couple of recent alumni. I'll wrap up with these slides without saying a lot about these particular individuals, but we have students, as I said, that go on in the conservation field. So Lexi's a good example. She's doing a master's program now, and you can read a little bit about her. And we have students that go on in the health sciences field. Yana is currently an MD PhD program in a fully funded program at Loyola and or University of Michigan, sorry. We have another student that's at Loyola. But we have, again, great alumni that are all over the world doing great, interesting things. And I think our time is up, so we're gonna move on.
Welcome again to Carthage. I'm Aaron Trotwine. I'm going to go ahead and go over to the next slide real quick to introduce you. What did I do? Oh, all right, try it again. There we go. So this is some information from my background. I'm from St. Louis. I went to Washington University. I went to St. Louis University, and I have a PhD in mathematics from University of Iowa. And my student.
Hello, I'm Alan. I'm from Downers Grove, Illinois, and I'm a junior here at Carthage studying math and computer science. I'm a math department fellow, so basically what that means is I just do work for the math department. I also give feedback on like policies, classes, events that the math department's hosting. And then I also previously, when I was applying to Carthage, I was also a part of this scholarship. And I ended up being fortunate enough to do well, so I was one of the winners. So I just wanted to say I know what you guys are going through today, and I wanted to wish you all luck on the exam.
He survived, so you guys will survive too. It's really good. The faculty in the department are from a variety of places, but the big point that we wanted to make was that we really like to teach. I, in fact, was going to be a high school math teacher originally, but my colleagues came here, even though they went to a wide variety of research institutions, because they really do want to be teachers. We've listed some of all our schools. We have experience in a wide variety of areas, and then there are at least 6 or 7 primary areas in mathematics, and we represent all of them. Okay, this is just a kind of a quick statement about our mission for the campus. And I don't know if people know, but the mission for the college is seeking truth, building strength, inspiring service together. And what we try to do is align up our mission with the mission of the college itself as a department. So just to give you an idea what that looks like. Okay, learning goals. And I'm going to kind of push two things here. I think our learning goals represent that we want our students to be mathematically competent, and in fact be experts in mathematics, but maybe more importantly, to be able to communicate mathematics in the everyday life and in their work settings. And so I think that's extremely important. And to do that, our students do a wide variety of things in both the classroom and outside the classroom. And Alan's going to talk about one of the things that he did, become a better communicator and better at mathematics.
Yeah, so for the most part, all Carthage math classes, they bake in these learning goals like communication, but also being just good at math. So as a part of my differential equations class, we had 3 different projects. And in those projects, we had to write a paper. And again, that goes into writing a paper using proper notation, proper mathematical style, stuff like that. So you learn LaTeX and other tools. Also, as a part of that class, we also had to present those papers to the class. And so the rest of the class wasn't necessarily working on the same project that we were working on, so it was a good experience to practice presenting to an audience who doesn't necessarily have the same background on the topic as you do.
Our students in the classroom do quite a lot, but they also do quite a lot outside the classroom. But we're going to talk about inside first. We have about 15 to 25 graduating math majors every year, so anywhere from, let's say, 70 to 100 majors overall. We have some special J-term topics that include things like mathematics of knitting that one of my colleagues does. I was going to teach a course this J-term, in fact, on cultural approaches to mathematics. So how does math show up in the games and the art and the societies of other cultures? And then text mining. And then students do a lot of research with us, too. And so there's this summer undergraduate research program, research courses, and then the senior thesis. And Alan's going to talk about one of those things.
So I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of the things that you see on the board here, but I was specifically going to talk about my SURE involvement, my summer undergraduate research experience involvement. You've heard a couple other presenters talk about this, but something that I think is really cool about Carthage is I was actually able to get into SURE the summer after my freshman year. So that was just a really great experience. It's kind of difficult for you to find something academic or job-related after your freshman year to do. So the SURE program kind of gave me that opportunity. And again, that was a research-based course, so it was me and a couple other students, along with a department mentor. And as a part of that experience, we were able to build our mathematical skills, and we were also able to go and present that work both on campus at Carthage and at a regional conference.
Our students are really active throughout campus, but also off campus, and we really encourage that. I myself was a long distance runner in college, and so I love athletes and having athletes in classes. I also had a couple of jobs. I worked as a substitute math teacher in the local district, and then, see if you guys are paying attention, I also sold drugs to make a living when I was in college, which means that I was a pharmacy tech. All right, so it was legal, so it's okay, but I tell this to my students all the time. And Alan's going to talk about some of the things he does.
Yeah, so my main involvement on campus is with Math Club. I'm currently vice president, and so what Math Club does is we typically have monthly meetings, and we might go over something math related. So we're not just sitting down and doing like super hard math problems. We're normally trying to make it fun. So that could be like arts and crafts relating to math. That could be like a math-related Kahoot. Sometimes some things we were thinking about was doing a scavenger hunt or maybe like a Rubik's Cube tutorial and going behind the math on like Rubik's Cubes. But that's not the only thing that you can do at Carthage. Like Dr. Trotwine said, we have a lot of students. I know a lot of students who are involved in athletics, esports. I know some students who do tutoring. And then there's also Greek life, stuff like that. And the great thing about Carthage is if you want to do those things, you have the opportunity to do them. Like you could basically do as much of those things as you want. And so that includes double majors and minors as well.
There was a student at Carthage a number of years ago, and the reason why we have esports now is because he was a math computer science major and wanted to have esports at college, and he actually wrote a proposal to the president and really encouraged it and got it going, so it was from him. Our students do a lot of things off campus too. We're going to talk about a couple of the conferences they attend. Every fall and spring they attend 2 math conferences, and then we have these other things they do. And once again, Alan's going to talk about what he has done.
So I've gone to the fall conference, the Pi Mu Epsilon conference that you see up there. It's basically a professional math society, but you go and you can either present research, but what the vast majority of the students who go do is just go to have fun and also learn more about math. And so I've had the opportunity to present both my SURE research and my thesis research at this conference, but I've also, had a lot of fun at this conference. And something that we do at these conferences is we have these math competitions. They're not really competitions, they're just kind of fun games. So previously, we've done Face Off, which is like Math Jeopardy. I was actually on that team, and Carthage won first place. We have a pretty good track record of doing that, so it's always good fun to do that.
For seeing where our students end up at the end, this gives you an idea of what our students do in terms of the jobs they get. About a third of our students end up being teachers, so teaching at the secondary education level. About a third of our students either become actuaries and or go to grad school. And so actually being an actuary, you have to pass a bunch of tests. And so kind of similar to grad school. And then the other third do applied math, and that means they end up doing consulting, data analysis, computing, things like that.
So in terms of what I want to do after college is being a math and computer science double major, I've always wanted to go into software engineering. And so I've actually gotten an internship this summer at Epic Systems in Madison. If you're not familiar with them, they do like healthcare software, healthcare IT. And so you might not think that the math part of my degree helped me to get that internship, but actually part of the interview was like explaining a project or like something that you've done in the past. And so I chose an extension of a math topic that I learned in my abstract algebra class. And I think that really impressed the interviewer. And again, math is just a good thing to know. It's a good thing to make you seem smart. So it's a good thing there.
Yeah. And this is our information. So if you have any questions, we would be glad to answer that later. Just send us an email, either one of us. I also wanted to say one more thing finishing, because Dr. Blaine's going to be coming up very soon. In finishing, I've been here 31 years. And Dr. Blaine has also been here 31 years. The chemistry professor is going to be talking. Yes, I'm 29, as I keep telling my students. All right. In any case, I wanted to say I think you'll notice that a lot of the faculty in the division are around our levels, and I think we've made a commitment to the campus because we love the campus, we love the students, we love our colleagues. I think it's a really good place to be. So I wanted just to let people know that. All right. Anyway, thank you.
All right, I'm Professor Blaine, and we are on a very fast track. And so what do we, Catherine? I don't know, I'm not very good at technology. There we go. This is Catherine, our student.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. I'm Catherine. I'm a junior right now. I'm a chemistry major with a bio minor. I'm from Brookfield, Wisconsin, and my ideal goal after I graduate is to try and go to pharmacy school or a graduate program. So I also participated in research this past summer after my sophomore year, and I did organometallic synthesis with one of the organic chemistry professors here at Carthage. And this was a very positive experience for me. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go to a graduate program or if I wanted to do something in healthcare, and this really was the right step in the direction for me to help solidify what I wanted to do. And so now I'm currently in the process of applying to graduate school REU programs for this next summer. So I could not recommend the SURE program more, especially if you're trying to figure out what you want to do after you graduate. The classes that I'm in right now, just an example of what my life is like as a student. I'm in Analytical 2, Reading in the Chemical Literature, which is a great class that really helps prepare you for thesis. General Physics 2, Advanced Integrated, which is a super cool class that actually lets you explore all of the different chemical instruments, which is a great thing to have before going into the real world if you're going into a job like industry. And then Issues with Living and Dying. And I actually took a J-term class with Dr. Blaine this past January, and it was Advanced Synthesis, which is a very fast-paced course of a bunch of different reactions of organic and inorganic synthesis. So definitely a cool class to figure out if you like research and synthesis and what you could go into after. And then some on-campus activities. Carthage is a really good school at allowing you to create the balance for yourself. I have a busy schedule being a chemistry major, but I'm also able to balance a bunch of other club activities and being in Greek life, and it really helps kind of balance my social life and my activities away from my academics. College is all about managing your time, and Carthage really allows you to do that. Oh yeah?
You do the thing.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go quickly. We have two majors. We have a Bachelor of Arts, and we actually have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry. It's approved by the American Chemical Society, which is one of the biggest scientific organizations in the world. And so it works on incorporating research, extra classes, the synthetic classes, understanding of polymers, all kinds of other things beyond just your coursework. The key thing I want to bring up to you right now is that we are very focused in all of our majors, I would say, on using the instrumentation. No one's going to do it for you. And that's what all of you should be looking at when you go and look at other colleges, okay? Our students touch the instruments. That instrument right there to the left is $250,000. And we trust our students to use it because we teach them how to use it, and then they go and do their research. We're very technically skill-based. That's still really important in industry and in graduate school and in any areas. So look for good technical skills, okay? We really, really work on that. Our students go on. We've had students go to AbbVie, which is a chemical or a pharmaceutical company in North Chicago, and our students hands down have better technical skills than kids coming out of other universities because they touch the pipettes, they touch the instruments. We are very focused on student research, and our students go all over the country and present their work. In fact, Catherine is going to Atlanta with a couple of our students in March for the American Chemical Society meeting. We've also been really focused in the last few years on industry connections and field trips. We go on really fun field trips. One you might not think, but this is what you can look forward to if you're a chem major. Wastewater treatment plant. What happens with your you-know-what? Okay, fascinating chemistry and biology. Okay, yep, we're going on field trips, cool. The other thing that we're really, really focused on in our department is community, and so we really try to help develop our students as good citizens. We do a lot of outreach because we believe that science should be shared, and we also believe that students need excellent communication skills, which means they have to talk to me, they have to talk to each other, and they got to talk to a bunch of kids and explain the chemistry. I don't care if you're going to be a doctor or you're going to go to grad school. You're going to talk to your patient, you're going to talk to your resident, you're going to talk to a panel of experts. And we need to prepare our students to talk and clearly communicate science and chemistry in all those ways. We have fun. That's all I got to say. We did the Firebird dance. We're involved with our students' lives. Those are two dancers. All of us went to watch our students dance, play sports, choir, band. We believe in that. We believe in both being in their lives in the classroom and supporting them with other things. This is our alums. They do everything. They get jobs. The outlook's great. I got to go because I got less than 5 minutes and I didn't know how I did, but you can ask questions later. Chemists do lots of different things. They teach, they go grad school, they go into industry, they go into medicine, they go into pharmacy. So you can do a lot of different things in chemistry. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, and best of luck to all the student competitors. My name is Jean Kwashnok. I am the chair of the Physics and Astronomy Department. I also coordinate the dual degree program in engineering. And to my right is one of our students, Owen Bonnet, who will be speaking in a few minutes on all what it's like to be a student here in physics and the work he's done in research and in space sciences. There we go. I'll have a chance to talk to you in more detail about some of the program questions, both for the parents at the panel and then later at the planetarium. Everybody here is invited afterwards to come after the competition to the science building. We have a beautiful planetarium there, and we'll be conducting tours from there. But just a little bit of nuts and bolts. We also offer both a BA, which is our core degree in physics, as well as a BS. And we have different tracks, including an astrophysics concentration, preparation for graduate school. The BA offers an excellent route into the dual degree program in engineering, which we have with Washington University, St. Louis, and Case Western. We've also prepared students for teaching in secondary ed. I'll be speaking about two programs that are wonderful pathways for you that we have with Michigan Tech, as well as a very unique program with University of Oregon. And you can learn more at the site down there at our page. The Society of Physics Students is our core group. Just like the other departments, I think you'll see a lot of overlap here. We are nationally recognized for how active we are and the placement rate that we have per our size in the country. So we've been recognized many times, and Owen's been very active with the group in attending conferences, doing research, doing outreach, all that good stuff. Our planetarium is a great place for students to learn basic physics and astronomy. They also learn how to present to the public and do research. They can develop their own content. And it's had great interest for our students. It's a place for them to develop their skills. And of course, we, the professors, use it for our own classes in astronomy and astrophysics as well. Oh, and we'll talk to you a little bit about some of the things that he's done with the space sciences. I'll just say right now that Carthage is the site for the state of Wisconsin for the Space Grant Consortium, which is every state in the country has one. Well, we have it here at Carthage. So I can fairly say that my colleague Kevin Crosby's group there, you'll see him in the bottom. I can point this right here. Whoops. Where's the trigger? Right here. At the bottom right, anyways, he's the fellow. He's Kevin Crosby. He's had this program now since 2006, and it's one of the top programs in the country for space sciences. All our students have the opportunity to do research. This is just one example of several. My area is cosmology, and we study gravitational waves from orbiting black holes. I've had students now for the past 7 years work with me and present their research, and several have gone on to graduate school. I have an active student right now working with me. These are some of the things that our students end up doing. It's not simply being a teacher or professor, but they end up doing very cool things post-Carthage career. It's a very broad range. I like to think of physics as the Swiss Army knife of sciences that prepares you for pretty much any career you might want to embark on. A small subsample of some of the companies, you'll recognize many of these. These are current alums that we have. They're working at places like this. And several of them you'll see are some of the national leaders in space science, in material science, in research, and R&D. Our students place well. They have a preparation, either the BA or the BS, to go on, if they so choose, to a master's or PhD program. So it's not by coming to a smaller school that you will be depriving yourself from that, quite the contrary. These are the two programs I was talking to you about earlier. The physics department has forged a good relationship, and we've graduated 12 students from Carthage who have gone on for an accelerated internship and master's in applied physics at the University of Oregon to work in either optics, semiconductors, photovoltaics, molecular sensors, or polymers. This is the #1 program in the country for applied physics. In 18 months, you get your master's degree. You are paid while you're a student, and then you are prepared to enter into industry with a starting salary while you're still a student in the high 70s to almost $80,000 while you're still getting your master's, and after which you will, of course, get a bump working at places like Intel, HP, or Thermo Fisher. And the University of Oregon comes here once a year to recruit just our students, so that's how highly they think of our program and our students. We have an accelerated master's program with Michigan Tech, where you can essentially double count 2 courses from a select list. Gives you an accelerated path to degree completion at Michigan Tech University in either applied physics or physics. And finally, several students have gone on after Carthage to work in a field that a lot of people don't know of, but it's highly lucrative, medical physics. I've had 4 students of ours go on to do that, and it's a great route. And you can learn more about these things on our webpage. We have these all highlighted with alumni videos. You can see what they're doing. Okay, this is my cue to hand off to Owen, who's going to tell you a little bit about his experience and what he's doing at Carthage.
Hi, I'm Owen. I'm a current sophomore physics major here at Carthage College. I'm involved in the Society of Physics Students, the Planetarium Society, and many of the research opportunities we have here on campus. And I know a lot of people are kind of unclear with what physics means. What is physics? And from a student perspective, when you are learning physics, when you are majoring in physics, it's teaching you a school of thought of how to approach and tackle these complex problems. And learning how to think in that manner allows you to do any manner of any things across a wide swath of fields, not just dedicated physics. Whether it comes to engineering, complicated engineering problems, material sciences, all sorts of really complicated things that we do here at Carthage through either our space sciences research, research with professors, or other involved programs. I've had personally the opportunity to take part in a lot of the on-campus research experiences. I've been able to do programs such as MUT and MUD, which you will learn more about at some lab tours, or if you'd like to learn more on the website. Very awesome opportunities to work directly with NASA and NASA initiatives to continue to progress human spaceflight. And I actually had the opportunity the summer after my freshman year, so this past summer, to go to Johnson Space Center to do an OSTEM internship and continue my work with some colleagues from Carthage. So myself and 4 other Carthage physics students went, along with an engineering student. We love all of our involved space sciences people, but we really do like the physics school of thought. And it's just an incredible learning experience. But more importantly, beyond just the raw research and academia that you get to experience at Carthage, we have a really, really tight-knit physics culture here where we're not just, sitting down and doing our homework and then going back to our dorms, going to sleep, waking up, doing it all over again. Although sometimes it gets a little crazy. We have a really good, tight-knit group of physics majors that really help each other out. Physics and science in general is a collaborative effort, and I feel that our physics program and our really inclusive environment that we help create here at Carthage really reflects those values. And it's wonderful to always have friends in all your classes that are willing to help out, willing to share their knowledge, and I think that's where we really shine.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Martino. I'm representing the neuroscience department. So we had a plan, and I've been told we're running behind. So if any of you are bored, if you're starting to fall asleep, here's the recommendation. Put your seatbelts on, put your restraints on, and we're going to go, okay? So here we go. So the neuroscience program at Carthage College is a tight-knit group that is biomedically focused. And we focus on research and career success. I'll just try to highlight the major points on each of these slides. So 80% of the neuroscience majors are pursuing pre-health. And what does that mean? They want to be physicians, physician assistants, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and some of our students go on to clinical labs. What do our majors do after they graduate from Carthage? Well, 80% go on to medical school or pharmacy. or PA school. About 20% of our students go on to PhD programs, not always in neuroscience, research technicians, and industry and pharmaceuticals. You can see some of the industry partners. Why biomedical focus, and what does that mean? It's an interdisciplinary program, and that means our students take biology courses, psychology, chemistry, physics, and computer science. With the biomedical focus, some of the core courses that our students take are the Introduction to Behavioral Neuroscience, the research methods and statistical analysis. So we're the only department on campus that has rats. So all of our students get to interact with the animals. Neuro 2 and Neuro 3, and then of course some of our electives. One of the most important things is that not only is neuroscience biomedically focused, but every one of the students does research from day one. It is embedded in the curriculum. And whether they do that with the rats or they do that on the human side, they're going to get that experience. And like many of my colleagues talked about, using expensive equipment, all of our students get to use this research-grade equipment. So that's a great thing. You can see some of the pictures here of our students working with the microscopes, the zebrafish or the rats. You can see how happy they are. There's Indigo holding one of our rats. They also learn very important skills, stereotaxic surgeries. If you have time later and you want to take a tour through the Neuroscience Center, we can show you where the surgeries are done and where the rats are housed. Here are some more of our students doing histology work, and then microscopy. Zebrafish lab. And then I'm going to turn it over to one of our great students, Katerina Stanek, who can tell you more about the human neurophysiology lab and her experiences as a neuroscience and psych student at Carthage. Katerina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katerina. You might be wondering, I'm the very colorful person standing behind Dr. Martino. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our neurohuman physiology lab. It's a very intensive lab that we can sort of run as students, which is something that differentiates Carthage from a lot of those bigger schools. You've been hearing that all day. Like, Carthage is such a small school. We're very close with our professors. I consider Dr. Martino a friend of mine at this point. So it's a very special and unique experience to be at a smaller school. But as far as what kind of things we do in that lab, we sort of talk about and discuss a lot of behavioral inhibition. What that means is that you're prone to things like PTSD, anxiety disorders, and things like that. And we sort of see how that differentiates you in terms of a non-invasive stressor. So in breathing carbon dioxide, we see how it affects your heart rate and how people that have that behavioral inhibition respond differently than people that don't have that behavioral inhibition. It's a very intensive and unique course, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I'm lucky enough to have been with it since my freshman year, but we are open to any and all students, regardless of major or class standing. And so what sets Carthage, the neuroscience department, apart from other schools is the combination of like in-depth hands-on experience and real-world preparation. First, our program is truly interdisciplinary, which means that we draw from biology, psychology, chemistry, and all those different kinds of departments. Carthage is also one of those schools that just because you are choosing one major does not mean that those are the only courses that you will be taking. I have been lucky enough to go on 2 of those J-term trips that you guys have been hearing lots about, and one was a history World War II course where I got to go to London and Paris and see all these different places where World War II events occurred. But another one of them did have to do with my major. I was one of the few that were lucky enough to go on the last neuroscience J-term trip where we went to Honduras and scuba dived and got to see animals with different brain patterns and like behaviors. So it was just very intensive and very special. And I'm very happy that I got to do that. We also gain a lot of hands-on research experience as undergraduates. We are not just learning about these experiments. We are designing them, collecting the data, analyzing those results, and interpreting real findings. So in labs like the neurophysiology lab, we measure those physiological responses ourselves and work directly with the data. So we are the ones that are doing this project. This is not reliant on graduate students or professors. These are student-run labs. Again, this differentiates our school by a lot. We also developed those strong skills in scientific methodology and data analysis. We learned how to read primary research, evaluate evidence critically, and synthesize complex information. And skills like this really do prepare human physiology lab. So maybe I'll see some human physiology lab. So maybe I'll see some of you guys later, but thank you.
Thank you to all of our wonderful students and to the faculty. All of this is being recorded today, so we will send this out to everyone here and also online. So if you want to share that with a family member who wasn't here. We're going to get up and stretch. So first, I want the students, make sure you grab your coats, even though we're going just across campus. You're welcome to leave your folder with your student or with your family. But students, we are going to take you first. If you could follow John out of the back doors. So students only. Parents and guests, we are going to take a 15-minute break so that you can get up and stretch. For those watching online, we will come back at 3 o'clock. You will not hear the audio while we are on break. Students, you will be emailed the exam sharply at 3 o'clock to your email. All of the instructions are listed there. So again, we will take a 15-minute break to use restrooms, refreshments, etc. Well, welcome back. Thank you for coming in from outside. It's beautiful out there. And so I hope you enjoyed our first portion of the scholarship event, getting to hear specifically the work happening within each department. Again, we know that your students coming in, a lot of them have a general idea of where they are drawn to. But the advantage from hearing from all of these different departments is how can they add or expand to what they're looking at doing? Because they, typically, about 27% of our students do double major, and then more actually do a major and a minor. And so hopefully today gave them a good look on how they could pair different things together and spark those interests. So this is my favorite portion, the faculty tell all session. So here are the things you want to know about what is happening. And so hearing directly from the faculty about your questions. Again, this is being recorded so that you can share with your students, later on after the exam itself. And so I, hope all of you are thinking of your questions, because if you don't ask them questions, I will, and they'd much prefer yours. And I do have the chat pulled up here for the families viewing online if you have questions as well. I know we have some new faculty up here who weren't here for the presentations. If you want to introduce yourself, if you didn't present this afternoon, on who you are and which department you're representing. So if you want to hand it down.
It sounds like it's on now. I'm John Kirk. I'm a department chair for the chemistry department. I'm not sure what else I wanted to say, but I've been here for, I think this is my 10th year here, maybe about 20th year teaching. But I love it here. There's a reason why I'm here, and I think it's the same thing for all the colleagues up here.
Hi, my name is Mark Snavely. I'm here for the mathematics department. We have two majors in our department, mathematics and data science. I have been at Carthage for 36 years.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wenjie Sun. I'm with the Geospatial Science Department, and my colleague earlier did a presentation about our department. We offer two majors, geoscience, Geographic Information Science, GIS, as well as two minors in those two fields, plus a climatology minor. And this is my 20th year teaching at Carthage, and so I would be honored to answer any questions you may have about any of these programs.
Thank you. This first question is for Paul. We had some questions online earlier about how students can do pre-health, pre-med. How does that work with a math and science undergraduate degree?
Sure. So there's lots of paths to go through pre-med, pre-health. There isn't one way to do it, and so that's the caveat, right? So there's lots of different majors that work. I will say, how do you do it? We have a strong pre-health committee structure here. We have one committee that is involved at the beginning of their career, and they come in as freshmen to make sure that they're placed in the right majors, the appropriate majors. We have another committee that's involved with making sure that when they're taking their core classes like biology and chemistry, that they succeed. So that group is highly focused on that. And then there's a third committee that works on more of the programmatic stuff, and there's a director for that. Right, on how do you apply, how do you interview, how do you write a personal statement. So, and we also have a pre-health club here. So all of those structures, along with the faculty that have been here that teach in some of these majors, are very, very helpful to get your student to where he or she wants to be.
Great, thank you. Who would like to kick off our first question here? Yes.
So both physics and math? So J-term is a wonderful opportunity. One thing he can do is get involved as a freshman or sophomore with our space sciences group, because whether there's courses or not running, students can take a 4900 research class with a professor early on and get involved with that. So that's one thing right off the bat. In terms of J-term classes, we have a whole number of them that would be open to him. I mean, that might be a way to get an introduction to the sciences as a freshman. Cosmology or astronomy is in 1000 level class, for example. And math and science and physics work well together. So we have many, many double majors, double major minor combinations between physics and math. We all work well as departments among each other with students, and every student has a little different flavor. And there is the opportunity in the summer to travel, especially as a junior in particular with the REU program. That's something where after doing in-house research maybe as a sophomore or freshman during the SURE program, we can do it in the summer and travel. So, and we have had some physics students actually take the semester and do the study abroad for credit in places like France, Austria. Let's see, we've had 2 in France, Germany, Austria, places like that, the UK, where you're studying in a foreign country, foreign language sometimes, doing physics, getting credit, but at the same time getting that study abroad and cultural experience. So those are some of my thoughts.
We had a question online about AI. It's about how are you using AI with your students? And I think just a broader question is that many families think that AI is going to replace their student. How is that actually farther from the truth than reality and such as we teach them the ethics of AI too? So expanding on just like how do we use AI? How do we also kind of bust those myths out there about that AI is replacing us? Anyone's welcome to answer that one.
I'll say something real quick and then hand it off. AI is going to change everything, is changing everything, and the jobs that are present are already 5 years from now are there. And just like Wayne Gretzky, my view is you go to where the puck is going to be, not where it is currently. And all indicators to my mind indicate that AI is going to be an accelerator for productivity, but for creative work, that's where we're going to need to work together with the AI. And I think we're changing in real time. I know the college has an initiative. Paul, as a dean, maybe knows a little bit more about that, the AI initiative, where we are calling for proposals for the faculty to actually imagine using AI in a more creative way to develop the programs for the next 5 years out. So there's no question that right now the job market for students coming out, there's a freeze, not a freeze, but it's a tougher market, I think it's fair to say. But where our students will excel and your student coming here will excel is being prepared for that change. By the time they come out of here, it will be closer to 2030. And I think by then people will have a sense that there's a value add to being that creative thinker and creator. But it's going to be a different type of role than simply skills-based, because AI will be able to do a lot of the basic skills for us. So, and I think it's a fair question. What will our world be? I would argue that higher education is more relevant now than ever, particularly in a small liberal arts place.
I was talking to someone who does hiring just a few weeks ago, and he said AI can help a lot with skills. And we still teach skills. Those skills are essential, but AI can help a lot with that. But what it can't do is teach integrity or creativity. That's why in many places we have to take the AI out of the discussion, out of the classroom. We need to help you develop that sense of integrity. This is mine. This is not something I got from somewhere else. And a sense of creativity. AI can spit back a lot of algorithms and code and things like that, but it's not creative. And that's where human beings have to be able to use that information and use it wisely, use it carefully, and use it ethically. And I think that's where a lot of us are focusing.
Great answers. Sarah, this one's specifically for you in environmental science. Are there opportunities, either local or campus J terms or summer, for students who aren't interested in traveling abroad?
Absolutely. That's an excellent question. So I mentioned briefly our applied experience requirement, and that is intentionally drawn broadly to support a wide range of student interests. So we have had students do internships at the Racine Zoo just down the road. There's a nature preserve called Hawthorne Hollow that's within biking distance of campus. If you don't have a car, they've got some great programs. We've had students work with a local community garden doing sustainable agriculture. We've had students work at the water utility. So there's lots of opportunities kind of right here in town. We have a mailing list where we're regularly kind of announcing various opportunities for students in the area to kind of connect and get involved in environmental science. We also have a number of classes, by the way, in which we work on those types of projects. So last spring I had a class working with the Root Pike Win, which is a local non-governmental organization that's focused on protecting our local river. And my class actually helped them collect some data that's going to be the foundation for a grant proposal. So that was kind of a connection that we built. If the question is asking about classes, certainly there are some international trips, and you heard Oliver mention his, but there are also J-term classes within travel opportunities within the United States. There was a trip to Florida a year or two ago looking at plant adaptations to different environments. But there's also classes right here on campus. So my colleague Tracy Gartner teaches a class called Environmental Science at the Cinema, in which they watch environmentally themed movies and then study the science behind them. So there's lots of fun opportunities no matter what your interests are.
Thank you. The question has also come up online is, what is J-term? Not all of you are familiar with what J-term is. So students take one course during the month of January. So it's an accelerated semester, 3.5 weeks, where students are focusing in on that one course for 3 hours a day. Either taking a class here on campus, they can study abroad, or students may opt to take that January off. Students only take can take 2 J terms, which are included in the cost of tuition. They would pay for the room and board component, and you're welcome to do more of that too, but it's a great in between the first and second semester there. And that's, again, where students have the opportunity to choose their own adventure. Yes, a question right there in the purple. Yeah, so is it include? Yes. So 2 J-term courses are included in the tuition. Students would be responsible for the room and board, and then the travel costs. If you decide to travel, you would be responsible for that. Does anyone want to highlight, what an average J-term trip, could cost? And it does vary.
Hello, hi. I have been doing, I think now about 10 trips so far. By the way, I'm with the Geospatial Science Department, and so typically those trips, cost-wise, I just want to double check with Ashley. So last time, the most recent offering we had, we were told that the tuition, students do not pay tuition for trips, right? That's still true.
Correct.
Okay. And so basically, students only pay, if you choose an off-campus trip, you only pay the travel portion. And so those trips, which you guys can check out from the J-term trip offering site, we have pretty much every single continent covered, I believe, except Antarctica. So there's a wide range of trips with varying themes students can choose into. And I personally have collaborated with colleagues from biology department, modern language, offering a variety of trips to, so far, most parts of, varying parts of Asia, for example. And so our most recent trip, we traveled to Taiwan for 1 week, and then Philippines for another week. So this is together one single trip. And this trip is offered under the theme of cultural and cultural diversity and also remnants of colonization in those 2 countries and regions. And this trip particularly is a all-inclusive travel cost of $4,000. And in the end, we return any unused funds to the students. This particular one, which was just done this past J-term, and excuse me, I think we ended up getting a surplus about $50. Will go back to the student accounts. And this is all inclusive, all the meals and the travel cost and the transferring and the activities, the guides and everything. So.
We have another question online. The online is very busy with their questions. This is for Mark. It is a math, data science, computer science, and I just lost it here. Is emerging technology like quantum computing in data science or computer science?
It is not part of the data science major. It may be done in computing, and I think that's actually a better question for physics.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are looking into developing a quantum computing program and certainly having a class that's a 300, 400 level class that would be an introduction to quantum science and quantum algorithms, where you have to have the basic, very basic understanding of quantum to build the algorithms and some basic notions for how algorithms work. Right now within our computer science department, they do not have that yet. They're focused a lot on software engineering as well as AI, potentially, machine learning. But quantum is something that may be coming in the future for physics or engineering.
Great, thank you. Next question. Yes. Yep, so the question was on the couple of the slides that we mentioned January term, J term as January and June. Yes, that is correct. Does anyone want to explain how we do some summer trips?
So I'll give one example through the Nicaragua trip, which is one of the longest running, and my colleague Matt Zorn and actually Dr. Martino here and a few colleagues from the biology department has been involving for what, close to 20 years, right? Yeah, and so for example, that trip have a high demand from the students' end. So they typically offer it have multiple offerings. They can only travel once with a group of students up to a certain number. And then if there are more, then they're going to have to do another offering in June, sometimes even in August, I believe. And for other trips, typically it's because of the location you're traveling to. And so if somewhere is too cold during day term, for example, to engage in the activities plan, you may have to choose to go during June. And typically, if they travel in June, they'll try to do it early part in the summer. So that way, students can still have the bulk of the summer engaged in summer internships and summer research and things of that sort.
So just to give an example of that, in the biology department, we have a paleontology J-term, and it's not something that we can do in Western United States in January, so that course happens in June or in the summer. But yeah, there are courses that might offer both, or a few that happen in summer. I'd say the majority happen in January. That's the natural 4-1-4 sort of cycle of our academic year, but there are some summer offerings.
And we are ranked number 7 in the country of all colleges and universities for our short-term study abroad. And students are drawn to it because of the time, versus spending a full semester. That can seem a little bit daunting to students, where that, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks in a respective country can feel more manageable as well. So great questions. Yeah. Next question. Yeah, up on top. So the question is about paleontology and how we work with our students, the courses they take, and how they find employment afterwards.
So yeah, we have a paleontology track in the biology major for students that have interests. I mentioned earlier, for those that were here for the presentations, the curriculum's structured in such a way that there are core requirements, and then there are electives that allow students to focus their studies in a particular way. And in paleontology here at Carthage, we have a couple of particular ways that students can focus their studies. I mentioned the J-term course, so there's a field component for students that are really interested in paleontology. At least every other year or so, we offer the paleontology January J-term experience, but it's actually in June or in the summer. And students get to go on a dig and collect fossils, and they return those to a museum where they will be curated for future use for research. We have courses in the curriculum, so they would be elective courses that are specifically to paleontology. So we have a dinosaur evolution course, for example. Our paleontologist here studies dinosaurs. They talk about other topics as well, but there's a dinosaur evolution course. And then we have some core courses that provide background. So the comparative vertebrate anatomy course, for example, is relevant to paleontologists. So students would take a mix of those sort of core courses that other students might take, as well as some of those specialized courses and field experiences.
We have another question online about if a student is undecided, they know they like math or science, how do we work with undecided students? Which is the most popular major?
I have the mic, so I'll start. And then I don't know if others will chime in. So when students come in and they have a couple of areas, we have first-year registration specialists that try and match them with appropriate courses. And often we will be consulted as faculty members or chairs of departments. I have a student who's interested in X and Y. How do you think they should start? And often we'll try and give them a little bit of an exposure to both of those fields. And if we can't, we say, well, it's really important to stay on track that they start in this major and get some of those core courses under their belt so they can stay in sequence. But maybe in the spring we can bring in a course in the other major. Many students come in with complete unknown, right? they know they want to go to college, there's a benefit to going to college, but they're pretty open to what they might study. And again, we try and encourage them to take a broad selection of courses and figure out what they're interested in. We talk about recruitment majors and discovery majors, and you heard from some of us that some departments offer majors where students maybe haven't had a course in that field in high school, and they come and they take a broad selection of courses and they find out what they're interested in. But we have a lot of advising that helps, either academic advising, those first-year registration specialists, or we have student advisors as well that help. But anyone else want to add?
Yeah, so environmental science is a major that attracts a number of students who start as undecided because not everyone had the chance to take that class in high school. So I work with a lot of these students, and we really welcome them and enjoy having them. One advantage, I think, of being at a smaller school is that we all work very closely together. I know this group of people very well, and so we actually are able to sort of think ahead. So for example, Dana and I have found that there are a number of students who are interested in ecological work and maybe bio, maybe environmental, not sure. We said, you know what, we need a path for these students. We sat down together, we looked at the schedule, we said, how can we come up with a first-year schedule for those students that leaves that option open, that exposes them to both the potential majors, and so they're really prepared, and gives them a year to make a decision about what's best for them, so that they aren't feeling torn between the two. I've had students walk into my office asking questions, and I said, you know what, let's walk down the hallway and see if Dana happens to be there, and the three of us will sit down and talk through options. So that would be a harder thing to do if Dana's office was on the other side of campus and not, 3 doors down. But I also get a number of students who started in another major. Maybe they weren't undecided, but they thought maybe they wanted to do, X, and they got here and they took a class and they said, this isn't quite what I thought I wanted. And what's great is that I've also had students who started in a major and said, you know what, maybe I want something else, right? And so then I can sit down with them and talk to them about, okay, well, what are you liking and what aren't you liking about the classes that you've taken? And what can we build on? What are your skills and your interests? And really sort of help connect them to those resources. So rather than seeing that as a loss, right, for my department, the question is, how do I get that student to the place where they can be the happiest and the most successful? And I think we would all agree that that is our collective goal for every student, is to help them find the place that's right for them.
For Professor Kirk, this question is about chemistry. For someone who wants to study chemistry, but interested in a track other than pharmacy or medicine? What are some options?
Can you repeat that last part?
What are the other options besides pharmacy or medicine for
Besides
chemistry?
pharmacy and medicine,
Yes.
yeah, sure. There's a wide variety of things you could do with chemistry. Chemistry is known as the central science for a reason because we do interface with a lot of other disciplines besides biology, besides physics. There's environmental science. There's a fair amount of computational stuff that's involved there as well. So traditionally people are thinking about, okay, well, I'm going to work for the chemical industry, or maybe I'm working for the pharmaceutical industry and that type of thing. So I get the, what are the things besides that people end up going into? We've got a lot of graduates that are in a wide variety of places. We've got some students that end up sort of in insurance, and there's some related things to the sort of the science that is kind of science adjacent that they end up doing there. We have a number of students that go on to graduate school because they're interested in, maybe they're interested in teaching college, maybe they're interested in and maybe being able to decide where they want to drive research. Maybe they're interested in doing research, but they want to be able to decide what research project they want to work on. So that's where graduate school might fill in. But there's, like I said, there's a bunch of different places. We have folks that are, we got a number of folks that are working for AbbVie, so they are on the pharmaceutical side, but they're not necessarily pharmacists. They're doing pharmaceutical research. We got students that, graduates that end up working for, like I said, a variety of other chemical-related industries, but not necessarily ones that you would associate, oh, that's chemicals there. Yeah, hopefully that addresses a lot of that.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah. We can go, we have time for both. We'll start here. Yeah, so the question is about, like, if a student needs to drop a course, like, for example, how is it set up, in terms of, how much time into the semester can they change their course, drop a course, add a course, kind of the overall registration process. And then I would add to that, like, how do we help students who may be on that bubble? Like, they just found a class that's not going well. How do we, either A, help get them through or get them into, and I know we've covered some of it, but this is very specific because, again, as we've talked about at the beginning, they will have a course that just challenges them.
So there's a process. There's a series of times and dates. There's a 2-week process at the beginning where students add or drop, and then there's a secondary one where you can with permission. And then there's a final third and bail option and withdrawal in the 10th week. And typically professors, we're following them closely. If it becomes fairly clear that they're not on a good track, they're gently helped to remove themselves from that track or at least have a second try another time. So that's standard.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have progress reports due next week. Initial progress reports. We're only a week and a half into the semester, but we as faculty will be submitting just elementary or thumbs up or thumbs down kind of reports already. They're next week. And then we have midterm grade reports. So students do get a lot of feedback on whether things are going well or not going well, and early in the semester, which is when it's most important.
Kind of tagging off of that, these progress reports type of thing. We do have a system on campus where we can even give students, like, the student is doing great in my class, give them a high five type of thing. So it's not always necessarily on a particular time scale. We do have ways of giving feedback to students, obviously verbally in class, but also through other ways, through the campus software systems.
Wait, there was another question. Yes, in blue. Yep. So the question is, how do we structure academic advising? Paul, do you want to take this as Dean for the School of Health about how the overall advising works?
Yeah, I mean, it starts off with registration advisors. Everybody comes in as a freshman and gets placed in classes with registration advisors. They automatically are assigned what are called student success advisors through Campus Life. and then they also have a specialist through the Aspire Center, which is our career center. Usually by the spring of their freshman year, if they've declared a major, they then, once they've declared, the chair of that department then assigns your student to a faculty member that's most appropriate given what they're trying to do. And then they will continue on. If they have 2 majors or 3 majors, which it happens, then they will have an advisor in each one of those majors, and then we stress to them that they should meet with each one of those advisors at least once a semester, but that's the bare minimum, usually 3 times a semester.
Yep, so at the department level, how do you support neurodivergent students? I'll also add, how do we support students, through, learning accessibility services if students have a 504 plan, an IEP, et cetera. So I'll kind of expand on that question there for you, if you guys want to provide an example or two.
So I just had a meeting about this yesterday, so it's well timed. Students coming in with any type of learning difference or kind of educational support needs, we do have a learning accessibility specialist, I think that's his title, Warren Wolchuk here, and so they would meet with Warren and agree on a set of accommodations, and the student is given documentation. It doesn't include any medical information. It just tells me as a professor this is what the student is entitled to, and the students are asked to share that documentation with the professors of every class that they take. So depending, I think we all do it slightly differently, but some of them are pretty straightforward and don't require much conversation. I just say, great, thanks for letting me know. But I had a great chat yesterday with a student who is autistic and had some accommodations that I said, we should talk about this. And so I invited her to come into my office. This is, the second week of class, and I said, let's talk about what you need to be successful. And so I was able to tell her a little bit about how my class worked. And I said, given this context, do you think you're going to need this, or are you going to need that? And we sort of talked through. It's not, I always tell my students, accommodations are about creating an environment that gives you, an equal opportunity to learn and be successful. So it doesn't automatically mean, for example, one of the students' accommodations was deadline flexibility. So we talked about that's not, that doesn't mean I'm going to remove every deadline, but it means I'm going to talk about where flexibility might help. And in this case, I actually wanted to talk specifically about kind of what type of flexibility she needed. Is it rare long-term? Is it more frequent but shorter term? And so it's personalized, I guess is what I'm saying, that we sat down, we had a conversation, she learned more about what to expect in the class, which for many neurodivergent students, understanding expectations, I think, can be very helpful. And we talked about kind of the ways that the structure of the class, what parts were going to work well for her and what parts were going to be challenging, and kind of what my advice was for how to navigate that. And then, if we agreed that we'll check in a month or so and see how it's going. So that's one specific example of how I've navigated that. I will say, as a professor, I've been here for 15 years, we are seeing a wider range of students with a wider range of backgrounds. As Ashley said, not just neurodivergent, but any number of needs. That was not, I think, for most of us, how we were originally trained, but Carthage has done a great job providing us resources, and we had a whole, at our faculty retreat this fall, a whole workshop taught by a special education professor trying to essentially help us learn how to help your students better. So,
to add to that, kind of riffing on some of the themes you're noticing here, we talk quite a bit across the faculty, and while we don't talk about like some specific like medical, related things, I do know that some of my colleagues have worked with students that have dysgraphia, and I'd never worked with a student like that before, and so I know to go to so-and-so and say, hey, what has worked for the students that have this particular issue in the past? And so being at a small college and knowing my colleagues very well, it's actually, yeah, it's hard to deal with those situations, but it's easier because we do talk with each other. We do try to figure out, what does work for these individual students. So we do the individual planning, but we do have a number of resources that includes not just the learning specialists, but also each other to figure out how to best set up these students for success.
Do you have a question, right? Okay. Yeah, so the question is this J-term trip that our neuroscience student took is she went on one to London and it wasn't for neuroscience. And so the answer is yes, but does anyone want to add to that how students can do that?
So definitely yes. A lot of our courses are geared towards that general education experience for students so they have an opportunity to go somewhere that they're really excited about going and it may not relate directly to their major. I will say faculty are also interested in a variety of things too, and that's one of the exciting things about Carthage being a faculty member. So you heard a little bit about the Photographing Nature course. I'm interested in photography. When I first started at Carthage, I've been here 19 years now, a faculty member in communication, digital media, and I got together to form the course. And we do nature photography, so it's a little bit of an opportunity to do art and science together, which was our original goal. We hadn't settled on photography, and we landed on that. We have in our department in biology a faculty member who does material culture, and he's really interested in museums, and he takes students to Europe and visits a bunch of museums while they're in Europe and talks about museum display and that sort of thing. So both for the students and for the faculty, there are lots of opportunities to explore areas of interest that are just fun to learn about. Yeah.
We have time for one last, I see two, so maybe we'll have time for two. We'll start back there. So the question is, and make sure I heard it right, like how do we help students who may be shy, not willing as much, like a little bit more introverted, how do we help students get out of their comfort zone? Did I get the question right?
I have the mic, so again, I'll answer, and I'll say that you might have sensed a theme through all of our conversations, and I would say it relates to advising, it relates to working with students with different kinds of needs, relates to students that might be a little less comfortable engaging, and that is the vast majority of Carthage's courses have under 20 students. Our average course size is 17 to 18 students. There's a lot of opportunity for interaction in those courses. We have very few classrooms on campus that can accommodate more than 30 students. So naturally, students have opportunity to interact with each other, and I think the way a lot of us teach, it is about engaging students in the classroom and creating environments where there are conversations. My classes are like that, and I recognize that some students are a little less comfortable with that. So I'll talk a little bit about our general education outcomes. Communication is one of our general education outcomes. It's also a biology department outcome, and we talk about how do you communicate to other scientists and how do you communicate to the general public, and written communication, oral communication, those sorts of things. So across the curriculum, students are challenged, I would say, and more challenged for some than others in terms of practicing that ability to talk informally through class discussions, to formally present things. And I notice in my students, so just to answer from my own perspective, some that are a little more reluctant, sometimes it's a process of being willing to wait a little bit until they're comfortable engaging, and sometimes it's trying to create opportunities, maybe with a smaller number of students, or put together students with particular interests for conversations to try and get them out of their shell a little bit. But I'm sure we all have different strategies.
I'm going to add just one more thing comes to mind. I think which sets Carthage apart from a lot of, for example, public state schools is aside from our small size and a very favorable faculty-student ratio, is we also use, I know particularly in the sciences, we use peer tutoring. And for example, one way I know some of my students in intro classes in particular, they maybe feel shy to drop in office hours, but they always have the option of dropping in for example, we have GIS drop-in help hours in the lab. So these are attended by higher classmen. So some students, particularly lower classmen, will find that probably more approachable. And they can always start with that or use some combination of help from professors and peer tutors.
So yes, I was going to mention the peer tutoring, which is a great way. Sometimes it'll be a lot easier for that student to work with a fellow student. And we have extensive office hours where sometimes it's good to just, at the first day or second day of class, say, come on class, we're doing a little field trip, here's my office hour, and we all have to have at least 5 hours open for those students. And I agreed with what you said, that sometimes you go by feel, you have to give the student space, and sometimes you have to gently work with the student to say, why don't you try working with this person right beside you, guide them along. That combination of, I won't say push and pull, but you understand. And because we meet them not just in the classroom, but in many different places. That student, we might get to see them right here at the coffee shop or at the caf or at one of the games or concerts. Sometimes those are places where the students can develop a sense of trust and a sense of exploration. And that's very much what we want to urge your student to develop, that sense of exploration and of trying many different hats. Whatever your student chooses to do, if they have a major, that's great, start with that. But even if you have that major in mind, have your student explore and try many different hats. And if they don't have a decided major, that's also fine too. They will be able to try many different things, regardless of whether you have a major in mind or not. Explore those options, and there's many, many, many there. And sometimes what happens is there's a little switch that turns on in the brain. This must be neuroscience or chemistry. And all of a sudden, that student comes out of their shell, and you would have never expected it. And that's the best surprise. They wouldn't have expected it themselves.
Yeah. We have time for one last question. So the question is about our 4-year graduation guarantee, which we do have, which over 95% of our students do graduate within 4 years with a double major, a major and a minor. There's lots of different combination of things. But would one of you want to cover that's done traditionally, but would anyone want to expand on that?
So yeah, almost all of our students graduate in 4 years, right? As you say, August to May. Generally, they're not taking summer classes, although you heard about some of the great other opportunities they might have in the summer. I would say that there's 2 categories of students who occasionally have taken an extra semester. One would be students who struggled a little bit and maybe needed to repeat a class, or where we decided through advising that they might be better served by taking 2 or 3 classes in a semester rather than 4, and that was going to give them the best chance to succeed. So I do have some advisees who are on a 5-year plan because that was the right thing for them and their learning. But the other group would be, I've had a couple of students who said, this is great, I love learning these things, I want to do more things, I want to take more classes, I want to, I changed my mind in my junior year and now I want to be ready for graduate school and something totally different. So those might be the cases in which a student, for example, might say, I'm going to take a class or 2 over the summer to kind of, make myself a better candidate for a graduate program or that sort of thing. Usually if I know about that from the beginning, we can kind of plan for that, but I have occasionally had students who wanted to do so many things that there just wasn't time even at Carthage to fit it all in. So,
well, let's give these faculty a round of applause. We will take about a 12-minute break. If you would like to come up and talk with them individually, they'd love to do that. For those watching online, we will come back up at 4 o'clock, and the audio will be silent until that 4 o'clock time frame.
So your students are on target to wrap it up around 4:30, so we got about 30 minutes here. We want to go over a few things before we do that. There will be some opportunities when we leave here. So at 4:30, we're going to go over to the Science Center. We're going to meet your students over in the Science Atrium. From there, you kind of choose what your next adventure is going to be, and there's a couple things you could do. We're going to have a lot of the professors that you just saw right up here, and they're going to be in the labs and in the classrooms over there. We can do lab tours. You can go hear from them individually, talk to them individually. That'll all happen over there. We'll have full campus tours if anybody wants a full campus tour, or maybe you just want to see a dorm. Whatever it is, let us know, and we'll do that from the science building as well. Or the third option is you can just go home. But whatever you want to do, we're here for you. So today is about you guys, and so whatever expectation you have, let us know. By the way, I don't think I introduced myself. I'm Greg. I'm one of the admission and financial aid directors here, and all of our admission and financial aid people are here today for you. So except Cody. Cody is off today, but any of the others are here for you. So if we'll be in that building over there. We'll take that walk in a minute here. All right, so next we want to have a little bit of a conversation here about next steps, the value of Carthage, and I do want to get to know you guys a little bit, so I'm going to have you all stand up, tell me your name, where you're from. No, I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. But how many of you, this is the first time you're going through the college search as a family? This is your oldest student or first one to go to college? Oh, good, quite a few of you. All right, awesome, congrats. And a few of you have probably been through this before. How many of you have been through this twice? 3 times. All right, do I hear 4 times? Anybody got 4? 4, how about 5? Anybody got 5 kids? All right, 4 wins, you're the winner. I've been in your shoes. I've got 4 kids that have been in college. I'm happy to say they're all graduated. I'm still standing. We survived. We made it. And so anything you guys need as you go through this process, whether it be questions about campus visits, programs, financial aid, just pick up the phone, call your admission and financial aid person. We're a little different than a lot of other admission people at other schools because we're literally your one-stop contact to try to make your life a little bit easier. You want to ask questions about financial aid, we're here for you. You can pick up the phone. We'll have that discussion online for you as well. So just kind of keep that in mind. How many of you were here before for like one of the presidential or Lincoln Scholarship competitions? Oh, a few of you, okay. So a few of you may have seen me up here before, so if you decide to get up and move around the cabin, that's fine. You're not going to offend me. Or if you just want to come up and give this part of the presentation, that's cool too. We can do that. But I do want to share some experiences. 3 of my 4 kids, after my oldest son said, Dad, I'll go to school anywhere you don't work, 3 of my 4 kids came to Carthage, including that guy. And they decided this was the best fit for them. They had a great experience. The 3 are recent graduates here, so I can talk about that experience as well. And then I've had kids at Big Ten universities as well. And there's nothing wrong with that. We like the learning experience here. We like that personal attention. We like the experiential learning and the research that you all heard about today, and that really benefited my kids as well. We like the 4-year graduation guarantee. Anybody want to go pay 5 years of tuition anywhere? No, me neither. So that's a big one. Nowadays, the average college student in America, it is a 5-year average in the United States right now. We know we all have to report our statistics to the government every year. So last year in public universities, 33% of students in America finished in 4 years. We don't like that statistic, so we have that 4-year graduation guarantee. And one of the things that we do that's different than a lot of universities that helps with that is we're not going to load your students up with all general education courses freshman year. Number one, we find that when students have all general education courses freshman year, they tend to check out mentally a little bit. They want to take things that they're interested and excited about. So your students will get to jump into, I'm assuming they all are interested in something math and science related, they're going to jump into that freshman year. Make sure they love what they think they love. When I was searching for schools with my kids, between all my kids, we toured schools in 5 states, not with every child, but between the 4. And a lot of schools would tell them, what's your going to major, what are you going to major? And my kids would tell them, and they'd say, that's great, you're going to start your major junior year. Some said late sophomore year. And my kids would say, well, what if I get into a major and I don't like it? Well, then they'd say, well, that's great, change majors, apply to a different program, hope you get in at that university. And then my kids would say, well, I graduate in 4 years. And every school said, no, probably be there 5 years at that point. So that's why that's one of the reasons we don't do that. We want your students to figure out freshman year, yeah, I love what I think I love. So I think most of your kids probably have a pretty good idea what they may want to major in, but they might not know within STEM what they might want. Do I want biology? Do I want chemistry? Do I want environmental? Somebody was talking about environmental engineering earlier, but it could be other things too. We're going to let them take those things freshman year and get exposed to that. They're going to meet professors. They're going to have a career specialist in the Aspire program here, which is a nationally award-winning career development program. And that all starts freshman year. Most of our students, by the end of their freshman year, because they've gotten to take those courses, they've gotten to meet people, they can confidently say at the end of the freshman year, this is what I want to major in. And that's a big stress off their back, and as a parent, that's a big stress off our backs as well. I'm speaking from personal experience. All 3 of my kids that came to Carthage found their major by the end of the freshman year, and it was nothing like what they thought they were going to major in when they walked in the door. So it's a free country. They're allowed to do that. That might happen out there. But we're going to get them moving right away freshman year on that. We also have very high success rates here. We take that very seriously. We do not want your students on graduation day to take their diploma from the president, go home, sit down on the couch and look at you and go, Mom, Dad, I have no idea what I'm doing next. That's not part of the deal, right? You want them to come home with that diploma and know what the next chapter in their life is. So that's something we take very seriously. And that's why we proactively start working with them in that career development program in their freshman year. Those people are part of their freshman success seminars. They're pretty unavoidable right away freshman year. So in the last 6 years, we know that number has been between 94 and 98% of students have had a job in their field within 6 months, many before they even graduated, or got into a graduate school program. There's a lot of personal attention here. There's a lot of help to get them where they want to go. You guys already met a bunch of professors today. That's how accessible they are. That's how much assistance is here. And I know as a parent myself, that's one of the things I loved for my kids when they were here. All right, the Kenosha community. I'm assuming a lot of you probably are not from the area, but a few of you probably are. I mean, we have students this year from 38 states and 23 countries on this campus. And so we've got the best of both worlds here. It's pretty cool because, we're the second largest private college in the state. Marquette's the biggest. We're the second biggest out of about 20 schools. So there's about 3,000 students here. And I'm happy to say that we're not a college where everybody goes home on the weekend. Those are called commuter colleges or suitcase colleges, and that's not us. We have a lot of activity on the weekend. In fact, most of our students do live here, and we know that 80% on the average of our students will be here every weekend. And they may not be running around Campus Drive when you leave here, but I guarantee they're in the dorms, they're going into it's Friday night, they're going into the city to do stuff. Maybe they're in the rec center, whatever it is that they're planning to do with their friends. But the reason we know about 80% of them are here, by the way, it's not that we're checking up and taking roll call on the weekends. The reason we know that is they eat. And so when they eat, they have to scan their ID. That's where their food plan is. And so all we have to do Monday morning is ask the computer how many students ate on campus. Usually about 80% of them were here on the average. And that's because there's 130 clubs and organizations for them to get involved in. It's everything from, student government type stuff to Greek life. There's fraternities and sororities. Don't worry, parents, we are not Animal House here. You guys know what that movie is. Students don't know that movie anymore. But even the Greek life here, about 35% of students are involved in Greek life on any given year. They do a lot of philanthropical activities. They do a lot of leadership activities, stuff like that. So there's a lot of for fun clubs. There's the biology fraternity. There's different fraternities and organizations for the different things that they're interested in as well. So we keep it pretty light, pretty active around here. And if they want to get off campus, 5 minutes away is the downtown area. I know if you came in today and you're not familiar with the area, a lot of times your GPS brings you in on the county highway, and people get here and they're like, wow, you know, am I in the middle of nowhere? Is there a city nearby? Kenosha starts just south of our campus. So we have our own campus here. We don't have any main roads running through here with people that don't belong here. That means it's a very safe campus. My daughter lived here. She just graduated a year ago. She lived here for 4 years on campus. I never had to worry about her. But if the kids want to get off campus and go downtown, you don't even need a car. We have a shuttle service. We run it. It's got the Firebird logo on it. It goes from the dormitories to the downtown every hour. And so they can just hop on the shuttle, go downtown. And downtown Kenosha is right along the lake. In fact, if you walk out to the edge of the land over here across the road, you can see the lighthouse out there. That's where downtown is. Coffee shops, restaurants, the marina, 3 museums, festivals every weekend down there. The beaches are down there. I mean, it's 50 degrees out. You can go today if you want to. It's probably a little chilly yet, but there's a lot of activity in the downtown area. You won't find many franchises down there in downtown because we don't want them there as a city. City government says you guys go somewhere else in the city. We're going to keep the downtown area more grassroots. So pretty much every franchise known to mankind, Target, Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club, any food you want. I mean, it's within 10 or 15 minutes of our campus as well. So Kenosha area, we're the 4th biggest city in the state, plenty of opportunity to keep busy here. It also lends itself for jobs and internships too for students. So we really leverage that every year as well. Being in the Chicago-Milwaukee corridor like we are, big advantage for our students. All right, that's a little bit about student life here. As far as financial aid, I know this is the biggest stressor for a lot of us when our kids go to school. Carthage is going to offer $22 million this year in scholarships and grants. I can't give each of you $22 million, but we get you as much of that as we can. So if you filed the FAFSA already, you probably received your financial aid in the mail already, hopefully. If you didn't, let us know. Call your admission and financial aid rep. We'll get a copy out to you. As you go through that financial aid award, I just encourage you. I know financial aid awards from every university can look differently and they can be overwhelming and confusing. Pick up the phone and call us. We'll get on the phone. We'll go over that with you and review it with you for a few minutes and just make sure everything makes sense on it. And it's going to have a combination of things like all of your students probably got merit academic scholarships. I'm going to assume that because they wouldn't be here today if they weren't good students. That's why they were invited. So they're going to get that merit scholarship money. They're going to get a visit grant. That's $1,000 a year. If you filed the FAFSA, that's an automatic $500, but that could lead to even more money, federal, state, from Carthage, different sources out there. So we're really trying to find your students as much financial aid as we possibly can to keep the cost as low as possible. So $22 million goes a long ways, and we want to make it financially possible if you're a student, if this is where they really want to be. I mean, if you look up on the screen there, 100% of our students are receiving financial aid. I literally do not have one student paying full tuition this year. So we like to help. That's just more about the financial aid there. This is something I'll touch on real quick. Some of you might have seen this before. Hopefully this does not affect anybody in the room, but unfortunately it happens more often than we think. So when you file your FAFSA and you're getting your financials together, you're utilizing your 2024 federal tax return, right? If you haven't filed your FAFSA yet, by the way, and you need help with it, call us. We'll walk you through it. I had a student come in my office with his father today, and we knocked it out in about 30 minutes. It's pretty quick. But because you used your 2024 federal tax information and your students are going to start college in the fall of 2026, 2 years will have elapsed between the time you gave the government a picture of your financial well-being and the time your kids start school. So if there's an event in your family that negatively impacts your financial aid in any way, shape, or form, call us. We're not going to put you in touch with the government. We'll do the heavy work. We'll deal with the government, but we want to do a FAFSA appeal, and we'll let you know ahead of time if it makes sense. You know, we'll look at your stuff and say, yeah, this makes sense for you to do this appeal, or no, it doesn't, you're wasting your time. If it makes sense, and these are the events that would qualify for an appeal. I don't even like to say the first one in the lower left-hand corner, but God forbid if a parent passes away, we want to get the income off of the FAFSA and see if we can qualify you for more financial aid. If there's medical or dental expenses that were unusual and were not covered by pre-tax dollars, that's another reason we could file an appeal. If a parent is downsized, laid off, loses their job, whatever it is, that's another reason to file an appeal, including, I had one last year where the mom was downsized in the family, lost her job, but she found a new job right away. Yay. Bad news, 50% less money than she was making in her earlier job. So that's a big reduction in income. That's another reason to file an appeal. If there's a divorce, dependent care, any of that other stuff, let us know. Hopefully I'm wasting my breath, and if none of this is going to happen to any of you, but if it does, let us know. We're going to try to help you. All right, conversation to have. I know these can be uncomfortable sometimes at the dinner table. They're worth having, though. So there's no right or wrong answers to what I'm about to tell you, but have those conversations with your kids as a parent. How much am I contributing to the education? And that might be nothing. And you know what? Don't ever feel bad about that. That happens more often than you think today. So just get it out in the open. Is it a couple hundred, a couple thousand? Maybe it's the whole thing. That's pretty rare nowadays, or whatever that is. But then students, how much are they going to contribute? We find that students take it a little bit more seriously when they have a little bit of skin in the game as well. And so maybe they had a part-time job, maybe they got money from graduation, money they've been saving up, whatever that is. Maybe it's grandparent money. But get that all in the open. So then whatever is left, how do you attack that balance? And that's that bottom portion there. And like any college or university, Carthage has different payment plans and options. You don't have to just go, oh, wow, here's my balance. They expect me to write a check for that. We really don't expect you to write a check for that. That's pretty rare. It'd be like going to buy a car and writing a check for that. That just doesn't happen much anymore. So we do offer 4 different payment options. If you come to Carthage, you're going to see this again when you come to Firebird launch. We'll be here this summer to help you with this as well. Number 1 option, the least common option, is 1 payment. If you just want to write a check, get it off your plate before June 30th, and you can afford to do that, fantastic, go for it. Not many people can do that. Number 2 option, 2 equal payments. You can maybe got money in some investments, and I mean, stock market's doing pretty well right now. So maybe you want to leave it in there and earn more interest. You can make a payment for the fall semester and leave the spring semester money in that investment for a few more months. So make a payment before August 1st for the fall semester, make a spring semester payment at January 1st. Third option, monthly payment program. No interest on this, by the way, if you do the monthly payment. The only thing you pay for on the monthly payment is a $30 per semester fee, so $60 per year. And how that works, payment program starts with the first payment July 1. Okay, you sign up for it in June. You don't have to do this now. You sign up in June, first payment comes out July 1, the last payment is May 1. But you're basically doing it per semester. So it's an 11-month payment program. You sign up in June to do July through December. That's for fall semester. And then in December, you sign up again to do January 1 through May 1. And you can pick any dollar amount you want to put on that. You don't have to put the whole balance on your monthly payment program. You can if you want to, but let's say you have, pick any number. Maybe you have $300 a month. You're like, I got $300 a month excess. I'm going to put it on there. $300 times 11 months, that's $3,300 off your balance. So some of you are going to have a little bit more money free on your grocery bill when your kids go to school. Anybody got a swimmer in the room? Any swimmers here? Yeah, I see somebody shaking their head over there. Yeah, they eat a lot, don't they? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. So very good segue. He asked if you can combine the payment plans with loans and everything, and the answer is yes, because your 4th option would be student loans. Now you could say, hypothetically, let's say I'm going to pick a number, $3,000 down before August 1. I'm just going to make a lump sum payment. I'm going to reduce my balance by that $3,000. And then hypothetically, I want to put $500 a month on the payment plan. That's roughly $5,500. Now I reduced it by $5,500, and then I could attack the rest of the balance with student loans. So you can break it up. It's a little bit less intimidating when you do that. I've had 4 kids in school, and there were days I looked at the full price of, at one point I had 3 kids in school at the same time, and I'm like, I'm never going to eat again. But the reality is, you can see I made it, I did eat. You can use these different things in conjunction with each other, and that just kind of makes it a little bit less intimidating. On the loans, if you're not, I know we have some first timers in here. I'm not going to dive too deep into these, but you have two classifications of student loans in America. You don't have to apply for these until this summer. I would say don't even look at them until June. We'll help you with more information on this. On the left side, you've got a federal loan, most popular loan in America. It's called the Parent Plus loan. All right, the plus loan is in the parent name. That's why it's called the Parent Plus loan. So it's not in your student name. It's a fixed interest rate, and at any loan, you don't start paying on them until 6 months after graduation if you don't want to. You can pay earlier if you want to, no penalty. But they're not going to ask you for money till 6 months after graduation so your kids can get a job, start making money. If they go to graduate school, they're full-time in graduate school, then all their loans get deferred till after graduate school, all right? So the PLUS loan over there is on the same website that the FAFSA was on. Takes you 20 minutes to fill it out. You get an approval within an hour, and you're done at that point. Everything else happens between the lender and the college behind the scenes, electronically. Everybody, no matter your credit, gets the same interest rate on that federal loan. So that's where these ones come in over here. You got alternative loans, which are just private lenders. There's many, many lenders out there. I encourage people to look at your credit unions in your area. I see a lot of students using credit unions. They have good rates many times. Places like national sites like SoFi, Sallie Mae. I always tell students, there's two websites that do a really good job every spring of ranking the best student loans for the coming year. Forbes magazine, so Forbes.com does one. And then if you guys watch NFL football, you probably see commercials for NerdWallet.com. NerdWallet will rank the best student loans for the coming year as well. They put the links on there, you click on it, fill it out, you're good to go. You might get better interest rates over there. All of these loans, though, these would be in your student name, and then you would probably need to co-sign for them unless you've established some pretty awesome credit for them already. One of the differences, I know a lot of people go, wait a minute, co-sign, I got a co-sign for my kid's loan. So here's a big advantage to that. Well, number one, you don't need to. It could be a banks don't care. You could have a grandparent co-sign, aunt, uncle, next door neighbor, a person sitting in front of you right now. They could co-sign for you, see what happens. But over here, you're going to get different interest rates depending on your credit. What was I going to say about these over here? So, yeah, just look and see. We'll have more information for you coming this summer about the loans that we're seeing out there. Oh, cosigner drop-off period. So cosigners are not on those loans for the life of the loan. Most lenders have a cosigner drop-off period of 2 years. So once you start making payments, after 2 years of on-time payments, the cosigners fall off the loan, and then just the student is on there. So I don't know of any other loan that's like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's another. She's talking about tuition reimbursement. So if you have a student who is working for a company, they might have tuition reimbursement as well. I know my daughter-in-law is a nurse, and the hospital, when she got hired, she got a really hefty salary, she got a really hefty signing bonus, and the hospital gave her $400 a month to pay her student loans on top of that. Doesn't happen to everybody, but those things are out there with employers as well sometimes. Good point. Thank you for that. All right. On your financial aid from Carthage and every other college in America, you're going to see a Stafford loan. The reason that's on there, the government will offer every student in the United States a $5,500 loan that they consider financial aid. So that's classified as financial aid by the federal government. That loan for most people will have two sections, a subsidized loan and an unsubsidized loan. The beautiful thing about it, the subsidized loan is usually $3,500 out of the $5,500, and the government pays your interest for you while they're in school. So OPM, you're using other people's money for 4 years for free on the subsidized portion of that loan. And so that's something to keep in mind. If you're going to use any loans, accept the direct loan first and foremost. That's the best one out there. No application for that. There's no cosigner needed. It's literally a checkbox when they do their summer onboarding on the computer. One of the lines will say, do you want to accept or decline your federal loan? Yes or no? Boom, they're done. All right. All right, employment. We got plenty of jobs on campus. If your kids want a campus job, they will get paid by the hour for those. That's not money they get up front. They have to earn it. So in September when they start school, or I guess August now I should say, when you start school, they can go on a website that we provide with all the campus jobs that are available. They can pick the ones that they want, and then they get paid like any other part-time job for whatever hours they worked in that previous pay period. Twice a month, the money gets put right into their bank account, and then it's up to you guys to decide, do they want to use it for tuition or pizza money on Friday night? And they can do that whether they're federal work-study eligible or not at Carthage. I know at some schools you have to be work-study eligible. We got enough campus jobs here, you can go either way on that. Outside scholarships, check with your employers, your churches, your high school counselors, civic organizations like Rotary clubs. See what's available out there. Carthage will stack any outside scholarships on top of our financial aid. For you guys that are going through this for the first time, some colleges out there won't do that. If you hypothetically get a $1,000 scholarship from an outside firm and they find out about it, some colleges will deduct $1,000 of their financial aid because they feel like you no longer have as much financial need. We think that's dirty. We will never do that to your students. If they're motivated to go get outside scholarship money, they need to keep that money. So we're going to stack that right on top of everything else. Another money saver here, books. We're in the second year of this program. It's been wildly successful. $182 per semester, flat fee for their books no matter what they need. They don't even need to order it. Our bookstore is so efficient. When your kids' schedules come out, they just order the books automatically, and when they show up for move-in day, they get the room key, parking permit if they got one, and a box of books. They're ready to go. And it just gets billed $182 to their student account. We subsidize the rest of it. I guarantee books cost more than that. When my kids were here, I was spending over $1,000 a year. I really wish that program had been here for my kids, but you guys get the benefits from that. All right, next steps before we go. If your student, I'm not pushing you, but if your students are interested in Carthage and they haven't done so already, there's a $200 deposit to reserve their spot in the incoming freshman class, okay? That deposit allows us to then send them their housing application with their password. They get that filled out because they do fill residence halls in chronological order of when the housing app was completed. And then the same thing goes for classes. They get invited to something called Firebird Launch, which I think is on the next slide. These are the dates for Firebird Launch. And what this is a pre-registration event. Now, we want to make sure your kids graduate in 4 years, so we have registration specialists that help them with setting up that schedule freshman year. In fact, the registration specialist for the first year will set up your kid's schedule based on the information that they get in the Firebird Launch about your students' interests. So your students are going to dictate their interests to those registration specialists on that day, and then when they set up their schedule, that's what they're going to get put into. And then if your kids want to move their schedules around, once it's completed, we can still move it around. They have input into that. Don't mistake that. But they get invited to that as well. And so right now I know we're full on these. This is the next one that's open. All these ones are booked, but that $200 deposit would get you able to set the date for that as well. National Decision Day is May 1st. That's agreed upon by every college and university in the United States. I know as parents, we probably don't want to wait till May 1st. We want that decision done sooner than later. But they do have until May 1st for that. I don't recommend it just because then they're kind of at the end of everything coming in. If they're an athlete, fall athletes will move in mid-August. And for everybody else, we move in Saturday, August 22nd. It's a really fun day on campus. It's exciting. All the freshmen move in on the 22nd. The upperclassmen don't move in for a few days after that because we actually start orientation after all the freshmen come. So we're not doing orientation on a July afternoon for 3 hours with a small percentage of our incoming students. We're actually doing it with the entire freshman class because we know they're nervous. They got butterflies. Am I going to fit in? Am I going to like my roommate? They're going to meet a lot of people in those first 3 days when we do orientation. Those butterflies go away. And I don't, they do a really good job of orientation. I can't take credit for it because I have nothing to do with it, but I will say they do a really good job here of the orientation process and making sure students are getting comfortable quickly. So they're here as a freshman class for 3 days without upperclassmen. The day that they move in, we even have an entire picnic dinner on the President's lawn at the north end of campus. So President Swallow lives right at the north end up there, and we put up tents. He's right along Lake Michigan. They'll dinner for families, and then after dinner's over, that's when families separate and students start orientation. For parents, we always have a big to-do downtown Kenosha. There's a big brewery called Public Brewery. It's a craft brewery. We invite all the parents down there. It's a pretty large space, and last year we packed that place with parents. So some parents were really excited to have their kids dropped off, and they were going to go, come down and have a couple drinks with us, and some parents were a little sad about it, but either way, everybody was there sharing some pretty cool stories. So that was a lot of fun. I hope you join us this year. All right, so with that, if you do want a copy of this presentation, Ashley's email address is right there. You can send her an email, and she's sitting out in the lobby there. She'll be happy to send you that presentation. And like I said, we're here to answer any questions you guys have as you go through this process. So feel free to lean on us. We're available Monday through Friday to help you guys out. So good luck. Just a reminder, we will have, we're going to all walk down. We're going to follow John at the back of the chapel there down to the Science Center. Professors will be available. We'll have student ambassadors down there able to give tours, whatever you guys want to get out of it. So good luck with everything. Hope to see you here soon. Thank you.